Shout out Johnny James. Shout out Johnny James. Supporting the channel. Much love, big bro.
Creator gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack this steel if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Kosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Kosmon, Cal, Malik, got Mac and be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me. trying to take pictures. Y'all out working with woods and paint a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yahweh wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, SELAH Shalom, first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got you paired with eagles, fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Created gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Created gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Kosmon, Kosmon Cow, Malachi Maccabee, and the whole Created gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Kosmon Cow.
That's right. Right back at it like I left something. It's your hostess with the most. It's burning like toast is. Your naga, your nerve, fresh off of the curve, jelly jam and preserve. Big Kosmonian back up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? And I actually was just dipping through some stuff, and I actually forgot I even did this with SELAH Shalom. This is about 2-3 years ago. You dig what I'm saying? And it was just a fire build. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just a fire build. So without further ado, we just get right into the build and let it go. Hey, it's 420, man. Y'all hit me in the chat what y'all smoking on. Let me know what state you in and what you smoking on. You dig what I'm talking about? Checking in with Big Kosmonian, man. Shout out to the Created Gang. And peace to all the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. As always, you bring them, we raise them. You dig what I'm talking about? Love, light, and balance out there to all the faithists, Essenes, and Nazarenes. You hear me? Love, light, balance out there to y'all. And without further ado, all right, we just gonna get right into this one, man. It's a very comprehensive build. Make sure everybody is turned up. Everybody can hear everything. Without further ado, this is the Gods building. Number 157 of Jehovih Chronicles. Kosmon Cow meets SELAH Shalom. Let's go.
Laptop lost connection, so we back at it. You know what I mean? So continue to build where we left off at. I think you was going in on the tribes. You know what I mean? The offshoots of, you know what I mean, the Japanese, the Native Americans, the whole Moab thing and all that, the Persians and all that.
Yeah, well, where we left off is that ITE as the suffix at the end of a name of a people proves your genetic stock. If you call yourself an Israelite, if you call yourself a Moabite, if you call yourself any kind of ite, what you are actually saying is I come from ancient Persian stock. But I'm going to tell y'all a great, great secret. I'm going to let this out to y'all right now. The word Persian, the word Negro, and also the word Angui, the word Negro, and the word Persian are all the same thing.
Now elaborate on that. What you mean by that?
Okay.
For the people's sake.
Right. The Angui, or the indigenous people of America, right, share a similar blood stock with the people who you would call anciently Shemitic. Regardless to where you are in the world, they tell you this. Even hidden in biblical doctrine, where they tell you Ham is the progenitor of the dark races, but not the Negro. But we know that the Shemitic man, who produced the people like Israelites, who produced the people like the Persians, who produced the people like the Harappians, you see what I'm saying? These Negroidal types are also a dark-skinned people. But just like they tell you, Ham is the progenitor of the dark races, all the dark races except the Negro. What they should be saying is except the Shemitic Persian or the indigenous Americans.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks, aircraft, and helicopters in the most extensive vehicle combat game ever made. Take control over the battlefield in ground vehicles.
Negro, Negro and Persian, Israelite, Algonquin are the exact same word for the exact same thing. And not only speaks to what the people did or what the people look like, but what the people did. It is an adjective that describes what the people did. It's like saying Hebrew. We know Hebrew ain't a race. It describes what somebody did.
Now let's go on. Let's touch on Abraham, because Abraham was from the stock of Persia, from the host of Shem.
Correct.
And then it gives a description of Abraham in the Owaspy, talking about how. Go ahead. What you break down the description of Abraham in the Owaspy and coincided with the Negro.
First of all, you must understand. First of all, you gotta prove that the people of America are the same stock of the people who walked across Africa and then ended up in America. You gotta prove that. You dig what I'm talking about? How do you prove that? They both spoke a Shemitic compounded language. That is no longer, you would have to have a language that is no longer spoken anymore, that is compounded. Only the Shemitic people did this. We find these similarities in ancient deep India. In ancient deep India, in Vindu, in ancient Hindustan. We find a compound language where, let's say, like a word like wheat, where the Vedic people, excuse me, my bad. Let me throw another word in there, because you gotta understand. Vedic, Israelite, and Algonquin are the exact same thing, and coincidentally come from near genetic stock. the Vedic people or the worshippers of the Great Spirit in India. First of all, how do you prove that they are the same thing, Kosmon? You can only prove what a thing is by what a thing does. Right? So not the praises of God, but the praises of the Great Spirit who were oppressed and put in subjugation because of that faith in this great creator, not the lords and the gods of the king's people. They would all have to speak a compounded language. They all must come from the general genetic stock, but they all must do the same thing. The Israelite prays the Great Spirit. The Algonquin prays the Great Spirit. And the Vedic man, the ancient Negro of India, who is today called the Siddhi or the Untouchables, the lowest of the class, who look like African or American Negroes. Still to this day, they are from the ancient Vedic stock. And if you don't think they from that Vedic stock, that's only because you don't know who Veda was. Veda is the son of Brahma. He is to India what Abram is to the Middle East and Africa. He is the founder of the lost tribes of the Creator.
Now, since we touching on that, tell the people how you was introduced to me right quick.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna make this shit real short because it's a long story. We was partying one night, me and the old lady and everybody. We was getting toasted, right? I end up drinking this drink called amethyst. I haven't seen it later. It's some type of purified or distilled spirit. I haven't ran across. It was roughly like $150 for this little itty bitty little bottle. So we getting toe up, right? And I end up falling asleep and end up astral traveling. Long story short, I meet a whole bunch of people. I go through a whole bunch of places all throughout the galaxy. Before I'm headed back to my body. Now, mind you, at this time, first of all,
yeah, you got to go in on that shit, bro.
Okay.
Because when I first heard the story on your live, I tapped in, and then I heard you going into the shit, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, like, you know what I mean? That shit bugged me out, so you got to go in on that shit, yo.
Okay, I'm gonna break it down to you. I'm gonna give you the whole story. Martin Luther King's birthday night, January of 2013. We was having it on Martin Luther King birthday night. You see what I'm saying? So I think it was the 13th or the 19th or something of January 2013. It's January 2013. And we partying. I don't remember dozing off. But I ended up astral traveling for the very first time that I really remember. And I end up meeting this being. He said, to my best knowledge, what I would call him is an archon at the time, right? This is 2013. He was roughly 30 to 40 feet tall. We were sitting at this table. He talked to me for what seemed like days. And I'm looking him dead in his face, and he has this like big shawl over his head. And it's like I can see him, but I never saw his face. And he talked to me the whole time, but I didn't notice at the time, but notice what I asked him. I said, so, you know, after, man, he told me so much stuff. He told me so much stuff that I get it in pieces. I remember it back. You know what I mean? And he told me so many things. Oh man, just you name it, he gave me some info on it. You know what I mean? Just questions that it's like he knew what I wanted to ask. So we sat there, what seemed to me for like days. Now we at this massive table. Talking. We at this massive table talking. And he's like 30 feet tall, and I'm looking up at him, and he's talking to me the whole time. Now, this is what I asked him. Now, I didn't know this at the time, but listen to what he says to me. So I say, well, what's your name? Right? He told me that his name didn't matter. It was the message that he had to send, and to basically know that he followed the one true creator. He was like, my name doesn't matter. We all fall in line to the one and true creator. I think he might have said God also. I see when he says it, he either said God, but he meant creator, or he said creator and I heard creator, and I'm just twisting it into God, because that's what I thought. I didn't know about creator. I knew about him, but I was still confused that it was God at the time. So he may have said God. Anyways, long story short, he takes me to what we would commonly call today the Akashic record. Akashic record. He takes me to a building. It's a library. I end up meeting who I end up in time finding out is my second great grandmother named Mamo. I'd never seen her before. Her real name is Rilla. I'd never seen or heard of this woman ever in my life. But it's like I knew her. And it was this long line of people. You dig what I'm talking about? And people would step out and talk to me. And it was like I knew these people, but I didn't know none of these people. But they said they had been looking out for me. Well, anyway, my grandma tell me how to find my native roots, and that my heritage had been kept for me, where to go get it, who got it, what to say. And when I came back out of the dream or whatever, the astral travel, I went and exactly did that. Come to find out, I ain't got no African blood whatsoever. And but I had been taught my whole life that we was somehow from Africa. You dig what I'm talking about? There's a great key to the Akashic record too. How I can tell if people lying about being there, because just like any other great building, right? There's a name on the front of it that says what it is, right? So if anybody ever tells you they went to the Akashic record, like Edgar Casey says, they're lying. You want me to tell you how you would know? That's just like I'm telling SELAH, hey SELAH, go to McDonald's, right? And get us some McDonald's, right? But you go to this place, it's got blue awnings. You dig what I'm talking about? It's got a crown on the front and a man, and you come back, and we was looking for Big Mac, and you come back with Whoppers. And you trying to tell me that this place that's serving these Whoppers, right, is McDonald's. Now, anybody who know that the blue place that got the crowns and serve Whoppers is Burger King. You feel me? If you had been there, nobody could ever trick you that McDonald's was Burger King or that Burger King was McDonald's. Why? Because when you go up to the building, there is a big old welcome to Burger King right on the front of it. Correct?
Right.
You would never go to the library and get it confused with the fire department.
Right.
Why? Because two different things is going on in the place. And right on the very front door, it says, welcome to the library or welcome to the fire department. What I'm telling you is the Akashic record isn't even called the Akashic record. You know what it's called because it's written by the Ashar. So why would it be Akash? Huh? So for anybody who tell y'all they've been to these higher realms, nigga, question that shit. Because I actually lived through this shit and it's still hard to believe. It's hard to make myself still believe that I went on through this. But let me tell you why I did, why I went on to, because it didn't point when I got out, when I was leaving the dream. Anyway, towards the end of the dream, I start seeing these little lights, these like little like suns, like stars, but they were zigzagging across the sky in zigzag motion. I couldn't see them. They was way far away at first. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm like leaving. You see what I'm saying? And he's talking to me, and he tells me, "Well, oh yeah, there's somebody I want you to meet, and you need to touch in with this guy." He never told me nothing about Owaski at all. Never said the name. Never said nothing. But he was like, "There's somebody I want you to see. He got the message for you." And he told me your name. SELAH. He said another name. He said a regular name. But then he said, you're going to know him as SELAH Shalom. He said it means peace. Twice. He laughed. He laughed. He said his name actually means peace, peace. That's what he said to me. So this is like, well, anyways, let me tell you about these little zagging lights before I go. So I'm about to turn around and I see the lights coming and getting a little brighter, but they still way the fuck off. I say, what are those? And I point at him. And he said, look, see. And bro, I swear it was like I traveled 1,000,000 trillion miles all at once. I was like right next to these things. And the best way I could, well, what he said was, to your best understanding, what I would call these things are hellhounds. SELAH, when I'm trying to explain what I seen.
Yeah, go ahead and describe that, because when you described that the first time, I was in a wee when you described that.
It was like a lion, sort of, but like it had a tail like a dragon, but it had like little back legs and big old lion, like a extorted lion head, but it was like sparks coming out of it like fire, and it was like a snake, lion, dog, jellyfish, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It had multiple arms, but it looked wet. Like it was shiny, like sparkly, wet fire. And it was moving on zigzags, like lines of light, like zzz, and a zig to the left, zig to the right, zig to the left. But it was moving forward, but it moved on angles. Zig over here, zig over there, zig over there. And it was on fire, and it's coming for me. I can see it.
Oh, man.
I can see it. They both coming for me. So they're like sort of chasing me back into my body. And I can see myself coming down from somewhere. It was dark for a minute. And these things is chasing me, and they own me, and they fast. And it, like, the closer they got, the bigger they were. They were massive. They were like big, like like think of like an 18-wheeler. They were big.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe a lion, dinosaur, bird, dog, octopus. Does that make sense? And
the
it's,
four living creatures type
like,
shit.
look, the fucked up part about it is it's gliding. It's like a line of light, like a road, like cement, but light would come before it, and it would along the line, and then the line would go out of for it, and it ride the line again, like lightning, like think zigzag like lightning, and it's bouncing fast, and it's coming for me, and it's like chasing me to my body, and I get back to my body, and I'm like, I can't really move. You know what I mean? I'm like stunned. But I set up, and it's like I felt this cool. It wasn't what I thought it would be. It was like a tingly. Your foot ever fell asleep before?
Right,
you try to
right.
stand up, and you feel that tingly, but it was everywhere. But it didn't feel hot. It felt cool. So when I settled back down, I had the chills.
Right. The spirit settling back in the body.
Dig this. I don't go check for you for months. January go through. February go through. And I just happened to be online in March. SELAH, I don't know how I found you, because I didn't, at the time, remember the name. Coming out the dream, I didn't remember the name. You see what I'm saying? Because I kind of got scared and was running. You see what I'm saying? I didn't remember the name. I don't know how I popped up on your shit, and it was breaking down. I even forget what it was, but it was some of the older videos. This got to be 8, 9, 10 years ago. You dig what I'm talking about? And I got up on that, and I would just watch it, and everything cause see, I'd always been like book smart. I was always searching for the histories. I was raised up Washita Moore, also as a Christian. And when I say Moore, I mean M-U-U-R Moore. Like they told us back in the day we came from this is why I knew Pan was real. I knew because the Empress Verdiasi, who passed away in 2017, R.I.P. to her, she gave me my appellation. And I knew this lady, and she the real deal. She had always called us the mound builders. And she had told us that we are the people of Mu, M-U-U. So when you go back in Owaspy and you find out that the southeast corner of the continent of Pan is called Mu, and she's saying in that ancient Moorish history that we came from a place that is now sunken to the Americas, and we are the Aboriginal American, and Owaspy came and lined right up with it and told everything else. It cleared it up. It decoded everything. Then I got into later on I get into the book of the Wars Against Jehovah, or what's in the Bible called the book of the Wars Against the Lord. You see what I'm saying? Which is really the book of the Wars Against Jehovah. And it broke down what was going on with religion today. So I get to read more and more and more and more, man, and the light clicked on, and I found myself in my bathroom, 3 a.m, boo-hooing like a baby. Because I knew as smart as I thought I was, as sharp as I thought I was dumb as a fucking rock, and I wasn't, and I didn't even feel bad for myself. But look, SELAH, I didn't even feel bad for myself. I feel bad for my grandmama who got duped, my great grandmama who got duped, my great great grandmama who got duped, my mama who was duped, who did everything her part was to keep me in line and in that line of light with Jehovah, even through Christ. I knew from a young child them stories didn't make no sense. I knew thou shalt not kill and then turn around and kill the Jebusites, the Perizzites, the Ammonites, the Hivites. Them couldn't have been the same nigga. I'm jealous. I'm angry. I'm regretful. I made a mistake. That couldn't have been the creator. So
This is not me doing that, y'all. I think this is actually on the video. He was
Objection. Months after he found me, and here we are building. So I told him that was a fascinating story.
Here we go, right back at it.
So I said we're going to shift the topic now, and we're going to touch on this biblical God. You know what I mean? Because in the Bible it says thou shalt not murder. So in one breath it's thou shalt not murder, but then in the next breath, and thou shalt not steal. So the Israelites are going into the land of Canaan to steal the land from the Canaanites and to murder the Canaanites, which was a commandment that was given that they should not do. So with that, in 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3, it states how they were to utterly destroy Amalek, man, woman, children, and infants. Yep. So this is the same God that said thou shalt not murder and kill, but now he's given a commandment to do so. So Kosmon, Cal, touch on this biblical God. Is this biblical God the creator?
No, couldn't be. No God could ever be. No God could ever be the creator. What religion does in a whole is get man to praise the creation instead of the creator. God is the watch. God is not the watchmaker.
Hold on, Paul. Hold that thought. Give me a let me know in the chat if y'all can hear me and him now. We back on. Let me know if y'all can hear me, and let me know if you can hear him. Just put a yes.
Can you hear me better now?
Both. Yes.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I hear Bobby as well. So hopefully that yes was referring to what I was saying. So, all right, yeah. She said all is good, Angelica. Peace, Queen. All right, go ahead, King.
Okay, so first of all, you got to understand what religion does. Religion gets you to believe that somehow the watch is greater than the watchmaker. Now, let's just say you got this great, super duper fantastic watch. It can tell the time. It pats you on the booty in the morning to wake you up to go for work. It cook your eggs. It take your trash out for you, right? This watch, no matter how great that watch is, it could never overstand or be as great as the watchmaker. So if God is a thing, a creation, and part of creation, how could it ever be the creator? Creator creates God. God is no more than what you and I will be in time to come. It is a rank, a title, a position that men who die and pass through the heavenly ranks and heavenly realms attain to. It is like from becoming a kindergartner to a middle schooler to a high schooler to a college graduate to a PhD to a master's, and then going back and being the principal of the school. That's
right.
what God is.
That's right.
That is the equivalent to God. That don't mean he made the buildings. That don't mean he made the people going through the graves. This is a guy who just got through the graves, got through a certain level, knowledge, rank, title, position, earned by experience and through love and through doing for others. He mastered the elements. He became a God. A God is an angel. No more than what you and I will be in time to come. This is why the true Israelites have always been oppressed, because they never would praise the king's God or the people's God. This is why the Algonquins in America were oppressed. They never praised the people's God. They always praised the Great Spirit. This is why the Vedic people of ancient India were oppressed, because they would rather die than praise something or praise part of the creation and not the creator. How can you tell me in one verse that all the roots, the herbs, the trees are my food? Do not eat the blood of any animal. But then turn around and tell me, oh, well, just don't eat shellfish. You can eat the other meat and all that. Go ahead and eat the blood out of some stuff. This is why y'all hate the Canaanites today. This is why you a warrior-like band of people dressed up like Power Rangers out here trying to oppress white people, trying to tell them that some nigga about to come out the sky, crack the sky, and kill everybody except 144,000 people. And you think you righteous enough to make it? Huh? That name that's on that man in Revelations 19:12 that no man knew is Luamang, the false Christ. He is the God of the Israelites today. The people call themselves Black Hebrews and all that. He is the same God of the white Jew who calls himself Israeli. He is the same God of the Catholic. Huh? Y'all better wake up. You've been duped.
And he was the God over Jerusalem during the time of Ezra's return from captivity, coming on down to the 1st century.
Come on, till his compadre overthrew him in Jerusalem.
Exactly.
So Gabriel, aka
exactly.
Allah, aka Allah. Y'all don't even know why Christians hate Muslims and why Muslims hate Christians. It's an old beef. This go back to friends who was beefing before there was even a Christian. They weren't even called Christians. Huh? Where was a Christian during the 6th, 7th, 8th century BC? They existed, but they didn't call themselves Christians.
And that's the thing. They was organizing in the heavens around them times before they really manifested their shit on earth.
Come on.
Because see, that's another thing people got to establish. These false gods establish their doctrines and have everything set in order in the heavenly kingdoms prior to establishing it on earth. So if Christianity, if Constantine put the stamp on Christianity 320 AD, them niggas was getting started like the brother said, 7th, 8th, 6th century BC. That's when them niggas decided to start drawing out the blueprint. And by the time Constantine came around, them niggas had everything in order. All right, we gonna start collecting these souls, nigga. We got the heavenly kingdoms all set up. All right, let's go on a mission. Let's send out the emissary angels. Bang.
They don't even know Luamon took the title of Serapis.
Right, exactly.
Before he took the title of Christ.
Right. Let's speak on that.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's the same being. Listen.
Because Serapis, like you said with Serapis, because, you know, like you say, Luamon was...
They the same man. Jesus is
right.
Serapis.
There we go.
Is Luamon.
There we go.
This is why they all look alike. Hold on, but let me blow your top. Luamon, a.k.a. the false Christ, is not only Serapis and Jesus. He is also Lucifer. So the devil you looking for is your God. Luamon means the light bearer. So does Lucifer. Huh?
See?
Y'all ain't never put it together? Lucifer is Luamon, is Christ.
The next generation of artificial intelligence will open a brief wealth window that will give everyday Americans a unique opportunity to get in on the 15.7.
He is also your Yah. Well, no, we ain't gonna get off into that because that's a whole nother thing.
But now I'm showing the depictions of Luamon Cross during the Battle of Millennium Bridge with Constantine establishing him on Earth. I'm just showing those depictions while you was elaborating on it.
Yep, that's 312 AD, the Battle of Millennium Bridge. That's Maximinus versus Constantine. 320, 325, 326 AD. You have the Nicene Council where they put the story together. But really what happened in 312 AD was the conquering of the new gods or the new religion, Christianity, over the ancient god Baal. He was the Zeus of the Byzantines at the time. Because what happened to the Byzantines after that? They turned Christian. Huh? Before that, they praised the old gods of Rome. Did they not? Zeus is Baal. As a matter of fact, Zeus is the third iteration, or Baal is the third iteration of Zeus. Because Dios, God, the very first lie was told by Anu. He was the very first Zeus. Then Osiris usurped that title, Zeus. And after Osiris was overthrown, Baal usurped the title. From roughly 1553 BC to 312 AD, Baal is Zeus. He is also your the god of the Bible. He's the very first Elohim of the Bible. Baal.
That nigga Baal was all over the goddamn place, yo. That nigga Baal damn near had a 4,000-year reign, yo.
Baal is Marduk. Baal is Nergal. Baal is Heru.
And he's also sometimes associated with El too.
He is El. He is also the very first and only Odin. That is Baal. He is also Cernunnos. He is also Asher. He is also Aten Ra, not Amun Ra, Aten Ra. Remember, after Amos the First or Nugan set up the new kingdom, circa 1550 BC, 1553 BC, he set up the new kingdom and kicked Amun Ra and all the old gods and put Aten. They start writing the old gods out. They start telling their old stories. Wait till you find out the Hyksos is blood brothers with the Israelites. blood brothers. What they don't understand is that the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, which were two different kingdoms, ruled all at the same time. Just in two different places. One ruled from north in the Delta, which was the Hyksos, from Everest, and one ruled from down in the south from Thebes. Two different kingdoms, two different people. One walked into the land that would later even, it wasn't even named Egypt when Abram walked in with the people who would come to become Israelites.
I've been receiving checks from Charles Schwab's on a weekly basis. Let me show you. Here are a few of the checks that I received.
It wasn't even called Egypt at that time. Circa 3953 BC through 3949 BC. He came 2,400 years before the time they say he was there. They don't know that between Moses and Abram was 2,400 years of Israelite people living in Africa, northern Africa. Huh? It wasn't even called Egypt when Abram walked in. It was called Arabinia, where you get the word Arab from today. They don't even know where word Arab come from. Continental Africa at the time of Moses, circa 30. First of all, Moses was born 40 years before the Ark of Spita. So 3993, Moses was born. He was 40 years old when he started his journey. He was 44 when he ended it. Huh? Even your Bible timeline match up with what I'm saying. Abram, was born in 3993 BC. They won't tell you that the Lycian, aka the Shepherd King, is genetic, blood, and stock with the people who would go on to be called Israelites. Why do you think the Israelites are so deep and embedded with shepherdom?
Right.
With breeding the sheep and breeding these certain goats. The Lycians.
And then, you know, even exactly. And then and that's a good point to bring up, because in the Oaspi, it shows that in Persia is known for the sheep. You know what I mean? Pastures of sheep
and goats.
Right.
And
so you can see the migration came from Eastern Persia Western Persia coming east from Persia into Iraq, then from Iraq up to Mesopotamia, into Syria, then into Canaan, the sojourn of descendants of Abraham's seed.
Now,
Abraham's forefathers.
Yep, let's clear this up for them though, because most people don't know where Persia is.
Right, that's another thing.
First of all, Persia is the area or the land between the three great land masses called Asia, India, and Africa. The land that is between there, or from roughly, and you can tell where the continents start and end because there's a mountain range everywhere. A continental shelf touches another. So from the Zagros Mountains, right, which start Iran, Tehran, all that's in the west, right? Right before the land of Canaan. So from Zagros Mountains to the Himalayas, right, to the Tibetan Mountains, to the Tibetan Mountains in the east, and bordered in the south by the Himalayas, or the Atlassian Mountains, whatever you want to call them, and then bordered in the north by the Caucasus Mountains. So all Africa is all the Middle East, continental Africa, and early Europe.
I just pull up an image of the geography of that region that you're speaking on. So while you elaborating, so I got a picture of Northeast Africa, what they consider the Middle East, Persia, India, and the northern regions above. So it's tying into what you're saying.
And then I'm talking about before there was a Helestia. Before there was a Helestia. Before there was a Dis, which they call Europe now. It was anciently called Dis. D-I-S. Dis. And them times anciently, you must understand that Europe is still the Mediterranean Europe all the way to the Alps. It's still on the African continental shelf. That's where it touched the continent of Europe. I get it down. I forgot. I'll go grab it. From the Alps down, you got to understand that the Mediterranean, where the basin where the Mediterranean Sea is still the landmass of continental Africa. It's not all the way till you get up to the top of Italy, where the Alps touch continental Europe, to where you get the Great Mountain Range. Huh? Jehovah put up his own border, the land in between what we call the Stanic states now. Or if you got a Uzbekistan, a Pakistan, a Kazakhstan, Iran, Turan, these are all ancient Persia. It is the land between the great three land masses of Ham, Shem, and Yafet, or Asia, India, and Africa. That land in between there, which is great hilly place, which is the birth of the Harappians, or Shemitic people, or ancient northern Indians crossing over into the Alps and breeding in with the people who were there and anciently becoming a people called Persian. But what you got to know is the Persian people are Negroidal. Persian literally means Negro. The people who are genetically Angui in America are the same genetic people and of the same genetic stock and the same genetic mixture as the Shemitic people who went north across the Himalayas into the ancient Persian, creating the oldest city in the world, Oas, one of the oldest cities in the world, Oas, what we call today Susa, ancient Susa, which still got over 1 million people in it to this day. Y'all better go check ancient Susa out. And just so people know, Abram ain't from Canaan. And also, stop with that Abram is Brahma ass bullshit. They were contemporaries. They lived at the same goddamn time. How they gonna be the same man?
And you know who was promoting that heavy back in the 90s? That nigga Malachi York used to promote that. That Abraham and Brahma was the same person.
Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. Owaski already set these boys up a trap. They don't know every time they say it, they trapping themselves.
Exactly, because now they talk about Abraham. They saying Abraham and Brahma the same person, but now we got the story showing you don't know they different people and they were sent from the Most High for different countries. See, they don't understand how. See, what the Bible missing is the fact that the Israelites only got Moses and Abraham, but what the Owaski revealed was that while they was doing their thing, it was 2 other cats over here doing their thing in the other regions for the Most High. So they think they only selected, not knowing the same light was given in the other regions simultaneously.
Right. Now, and Abram was the very first people to move mass migration. See, this is what they don't understand, what the covenant is about.
Right.
They don't understand. They talk about the Ark of the Covenant, but they don't know when the Ark is. The Ark is the 23rd Ark cycle, or the Ark of Spita. What they don't know is why it came down like a triton in a three-pronged delight. See what they tell you about in the Bible, where the Israelites was leaving out of Egypt, right? And that a light was falling on these people before them in the daytime, after them in the night. But what they also don't understand is Etherian light was falling on the whole group of people. So an outside people looking at this would easily know these people are Israelites because they shiny, they glowing. They got Etherian light falling all on them because it was promised at 3953 BC to be carried out in 1553 BC, 2,400 years later at the end of Ark of Spita, completing the covenant that came in that ark. They don't know why Abram came, because the African couldn't raise his own prophet. This is why you don't hear the Orishas till after Abram. Huh? Because it was that genetic stock to raise the Hamitic people back up again. Huh? This is why you niggas is so important. Y'all went on to populate all of Europe. Wait till you find out that the indigenous man of Europe is black.
Harbor Freight knows skill is important because on any given day, we're all mechanics.
He black. All them descendants of them white people today, right? The Greeks, the Germans, the French, these people who go on to take names like Scottish and Irish and English and Russian, right? Had names like Saxon, Johann, the Celtic, the Celtic, the Rus, the Gaul. These are 100% still to this day. The Johann, which is, or the John, which is the people of Albion, which is the people of England today, later known as Albion, now called England, are birthed directly from the stock of the Egyptian escaping into Europe, aka gypsies, the Egyptian escaping into Europe, and also the Jewish people, the apostate Jews after the fall in 70 AD, also escaping into Europe. These people go on to become the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the German, the Italian, the Turk, the Russian, the German, the Poland, the Swede. All these people were black, or what you would call Negroidal. It is through the apostate Jew, because just like they told you, this is not a thing of the spirit. This is a thing of the seed.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
This is why y'all believe in God right now. They brought you a one higher creator too. But these people go on through time to practice the greatest sin, even in my mind, greater than murder, which is called usury. This is why they were always kicked out of every fucking country, because they came in and bottomed it out, took everything, used their banking oligarchy to oppress the people to the land, which is called peonage. This is why everywhere they went, they was kicked out. Until they made that deal. They made a deal with the popes. Huh? They made a deal with the Romans. They was going to be their priest.
So, would you consider the Jews under the inspiration of Luamon?
Today, exactly. He is the god of the Khazar, the Israeli. He is Luamon to this day. Now, what they really don't know is Luamon already been to hell and he's fighting against his own shit that he's been setting up for 1,000 years. But
right, he's on the road
dark
to
spirits
redemption right now, but the effects are still very, very effective.
Right. Now, Luamon gonna be here a long time. Affecting
and then not only that, it states that he's gonna be the most hated of all gods.
Come on, man.
That's some heavy shit right there, yo. That's some heavy shit if you think about it. That means the image of Christ in Christianity is going to be the most hated religion on the planet.
Not only that, look around you now. You can't pay the youngsters to go to church. You can't give them money to go. They know it's some shiesty shit going on in there. They know Reverend Johnson and Pastor Soft Shoe be fucking on the sisters and passing that plate a little bit too often. They know it's bullshit going down in there. More dope bought in the church than on the street. Huh?
Actual facts.
More pussy sold in church. More pussy sold in church than on the corner.
Facts. Church is a goddamn club now.
Come on, we go there to get broad. Ain't that they tell you they tell you where to go get a good girl from? Go to church if you want a good wife. Ain't that what they tell you? You can't pay our babies to go to church. You are what we watching right now is the actual death throes of religion. What they don't understand is we 26 years from the lie of in the beginning, God created the earth. We're 26 years from it being, that lie being 6,000 years old. Huh? Let me repeat it again. This is why the Bible don't never predate 6,000 years, because Anu told you he not going to explain none of his axioms. He not going to tell you how old he is, or where he came from, or how he just telling you, and y'all dumb niggas gonna believe it, or carry your stupid ass to hell. Ain't that what the Bible say?
That's why they can't never give you no timeline for nothing.
They don't know how to reckon time. This is why the Masons is on their ass. The Masons already dominate and use prophecy. Why do you think 33 is their key number? They know how to tell time. Funny. They got that understanding because when you go back and read Albert Pike didn't have the understanding of 33. But when you come to the new age after 1882, during around 1900, when what's the other guy name? Not Albert Pike. The other great Masonic writer. Shoot. But by 1900, by the time he writes the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and the other Manly P. Hall, all them have a deep, rigid understanding of the hierarchy and the key and mastery to 33, and they have dominated the planet since the 1880s.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? How did they get this information? JBN. JBN gave it to them. Now, they had already been an underground secret Masonic group before that. But they world domination till the 1880s. Right around the turn of the century in 1900, they got the mastery of 33 laid out. How? This is why they tell their men to just be regional. Don't be national. Don't be too big. Because guess what? We can judge regionally. We can prophesy nationally. Even Owaski tell you that's an easy thing to do.
Right.
So if you know what's coming, if you know a puddle gonna be here, and okay. And just for anybody who don't think that this is prophecy and that it works on a continual generational time stamp. For instance, in 2020, right, we was in a pandemic, correct?
Right.
Guess what happened in 1920?
Spanish flu.
We was in a pandemic. Guess what else happened in 1820? We was in a pandemic.
Right.
Guess what happened in 1720? Huh?
The 99-year cycles, the 100-year cycles.
Come on, man. Come on, y'all don't know how to tell time.
That's the basis of prophecy, what you're saying right there, too.
Come on. They don't know how to tell time. So you telling me all this shit about God, but then I ask you one simple question. When did this happen? When did the Exodus happen? Oh, it was at the time of Akhenaten, and he's you see his name is Moses, and they don't know that's 200-300 years after the Exodus had been happening. It is my understanding, and I'm gonna go on the show and prove this, that first of all, they went west out of Africa. They walked the land of Canaan for 40 years. What I'm telling you is it takes about 90 days for a person to walk, or let's just give it 120. 120 days for a person to walk from New York to LA. Walking. If you stretch New York to LA, you're not even halfway through the top of North Africa. You only in Tunisia. You could lay a whole nother U.S. across. You're not even in Mali yet. You have to go a whole other half of the United States just to get to Mali on the other side. But that's not where Moses and them ended up at. Moses and them didn't end in just Mali, which is called the Soudan. The northern Africa, go look on the old maps, was called Soudan, or the House of Light, or the House of Jews. Soudan, spelled like Soudan, the House of Dan, or the House of Light, or the home of the Jews. That was northern Africa, but that's not where they ended up. How do they ended up in a place called Shekel Mareh? Where is Shekel Mareh? Well, then you have to go back and say it. Well, Moses crossed the Red Sea. Actually, no, Moses did not cross the Red Sea at all. He crossed the brooks of Arnon. Once you cross, where is the brooks of Arnon? The brooks of Arnon are the headwater sea. So what are you telling me? He crossed the brooks of Arnon. Then they say the miracles happened at the brooks of Arnon, that he turned around and came all the way back and then crossed the Red Sea to go back east? The hell out of here. What they don't understand is the land of Canaan is all northern Africa, from Babylon to Timbuktu. But what I'm telling you is, let's go further. He never crossed the Red Sea. He crossed the Reed Sea. Well, where is the Reed Sea, Kosmon? Well, once you understand the Reed Sea, is the reed is the sign for the Ethiopians, or the Ethiopians, saying that these were some of the very first people in the world to write, hence the reed, right? And that papyrus was created there, hence the reed. So the reed sea is the Ethiopic Sea. So once you learn that the Ethiopic Sea is now today called the Atlantic, now that's some miracle shit. Because see, every morning, pharaohs own Balaam. Balaam is a magician. Every single morning that Pharaoh woke up, his Balaam literally stopped the Nile and floated that nigga from one side to the other. Every single morning. So to stop up the Red Sea wouldn't have been shit. They'd have stopped up the Red Sea and came on right behind them niggas. But if you split the Atlantic, Lord, that's why they were scared to walk through it. Imagine the water miles high. You got to walk down off the continental shelf of Africa into the middle of the ocean. And I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to go on and show y'all later on my Kosmon Cal TV show. Log in, sub, like, share. It's only 2 posts up right now. But I'm going to go on and show y'all that Shekel Mareth is South Carolina. This is why you got the stories of the Geechee, the people coming from Africa before the slave trade, before Mansa Musa. Mind y'all, this would be roughly 1549 BC. This is how you get the diadems, the statues of Moshe here in the Americas during the Olmec time and Olmec period. How could he have been here? How could you get this ancient paleo, what they call Paleo Hebrew, which is really the Ebra? These people coming straight out of, it's a Phoenician-based language based in half of the Aramaic or the Ahamic of Abram and half of the Eba of the Egyptians. It's called Ebra. This is the language Moses spoke, which they erroneously call Paleo Hebrew. This is why it locks directly in with the Phoenician, because the Ahamic text spoken by Abram and the Eba spoken by common Egyptians are both Phoenician based. They're both phonetically based. And if they wasn't, you couldn't write them. This is your Paleo Hebrew before Aramaic. Huh? I'm going to go on to show that them people walked to Utah. This is why you got places like Michigan in the middle of our fucking country. What is the state in the middle of our country? It's called E-O-I. E-O-Y. Right in the smack dab middle of our country is E-O-Y. The creator's name, Iowa. E-O-Y. This is why Michigan is called Michigan, or the men of Moses. Moshigan. Gan is the man. Meshi is Moses. The land of the men of Moses. This is why many of your religious sects have come and started where? Right here in Detroit, Michigan. Moore Science Temple. Am I lying? Wasn't it created at 45 inches?
Yeah, actual facts.
Well, guess where I grew up? That's temple number 1. Guess where I grew up at?
Where?
On 82 inches. Huh? Ain't temple number 1 of the Muslims up here in Detroit?
Yeah, that's where it started, right?
Huh? Guess where the One Nation, One Tribe, the One Tribe shit, the Aboriginal black folks coming back, bringing that data real Indians. back. Come right out of here, out of Detroit. It's no mistake that the light is coming from the top to the bottom. This is Owaski sets up a great dichotomy, or a way for you to judge who is the real God of that Bible. So if a man, every day, SELAH, I'm out here, I'm shooting niggas, bang, 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 bang. I'm out here raping people. I'm robbing people. I'm hitting old ladies over the head, and you know what I mean. I'm pulling off jukes on everybody, and you dig what I'm talking about. And I turn around and I tell you, the Lord told me to do this, or the Creator told me to do this. And then this one man is over here helping everybody. He ain't rich, but he doing all he can. He feeding the whole the young babies. He helping the old folks. He tending to the garden. He helping people the best way he can. He living an herbivorous life. He's not a man of contention. He tell you, don't kill nothing. And then he turn around and tell you, well, I got my message from the Creator. Let not man be fooled. Right there. You can judge and tell which one actually came from the Creator. You trying to tell me this murderous, killing, robbing ass, thieving ass, raping ass nigga came from the Creator? or this nigga who is doing everything possibly right that he can, and then tell you don't kill nothing, not even a goddamn bug.
Right.
Don't fool yourself about which one is really from the Creator. It's dark and light. So if anybody told you to kill anybody, ever, first of all, question it. Ask them why. If you the God, you go do it. You big and bad. You show me. You show me so I can see. You see what happened when Moses, when Abram pulled that on that niggas, Abram knew the higher law.
Right, exactly.
Abram knew the higher law. And it go on to say, had that angel been, if that shit had been right and exact, right? And that biblical story right and exact, and they was holding to the ancient laws of the heathen, why they asked for Isaac and not the oldest and firstborn, which would have been the first fruits that they were sacrificing at that time?
Yeah, exactly.
They would have asked for Isaac. They would have asked for Ishmael instead of Isaac, who was 14 years older than Isaac.
Right.
That proved right there that Ishmael wasn't Abram's son.
Exactly. And that's going to be a great disappointment for cats, because in the Owaski it says that, Ishmael is a stepson. That's why he didn't get the blessing, because Isaac is that came through his loins, that came through his seed. But so that's like, in modern times, you got your main chick, and then you got your side chick, but she may have a son, but then you have a seed with your main chick, that's your offspring. But the side chick, that's the stepson. You know what I mean? He ain't got no blood lineage to you, but you raise him up from a kid or something like that.
That's your son. That's your son. If you spend time with that man and you done raised him up all through his life, you done dealt with his mama his whole life, you done fed him, he done cried on your shoulder, you done taught him how to throw a basketball or shoot a basketball, throw a baseball,
right,
run for football, paid for his colleges. You done did every damn thing. That's your son. They say if you feed them enough, they start to look like you. You dig what I'm talking about? So in hints of starting a new nation, well, yeah, Ishmael is his son. But not genetically. But that go back. Hold on, let me twist it back again. Because remember, this the robbing, shooting, pimping ass nigga. Y'all trying to tell me Creator sent him as the prophet?
Right.
The nigga who robbed, steal, and kill, murder, They talk about him like a dog. They talk about him like a dog. They did the same thing to Moses. Talked about the ancestor like a dog. They said Moses killed the Egyptian and hid the nigga, ducked around the corner, put the body in a 50-gallon drum and lit the nigga on fire. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
That's basically what you're trying to say. You're trying to tell me the creator, the source of peace, not the author of peace, the source of peace, the source of all truth and light, sent a murderer, robbing, pimping ass nigga to be his motherfucking his prophet. Come on, man. Or do that sound like a wrathful, vengeful, jealous, purposely lying God? Remember, he told Satan, "Go ahead, nigga, tip that nigga Job." You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead. You dig what I'm talking about? You can lie to it. Go ahead. Go lie to it. Remember, your God, first of all, the Creator has no physical part. There's nothing you can see of the omnipotent being, the all-potent, the all is all. Listen, the book of Jehovah say all is all and all shall ever be.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The all spoke and motion. Huh? Motion was his word. I knew Owaski was the truth right then. But let me tell y'all, I hate to twist it up, but I want to tell y'all this part about why I rock with Owaski. Because I'm the nigga, you can't tell me nothing. I don't give a fuck what Owaski talk about. I'm not bound to the book. I don't give a goddamn about what it say. If it can't work practically for me today, I'm not touching it. There was some bullshit that came up in 2015 where, I don't know, some shit came up with my daughter and CPS came to my door, right? What Owaski taught me or had me seeing at the time was, if you believe a thing is real, test it. Prove it. Make sure it is what it says it is. If it ain't, it's a lie, and stand on it then. Stand on that truth. You'll twist the lie around. Some CPS shit came up in there, man. Out of nowhere, I start studying the CPS, seeing how these people was doing people and all this shit. I learned out and found that this is how they take our babies from them. Mm-hmm. It is called tacit and untacit acceptance. So what that means is you accept the thing, you can accept the thing knowingly or unknowingly. And it still has the same value. So what it is your children are your children. If they're under a certain age, nobody can talk to them unless you give them the okay.
Right.
So the first time, never let these people in your house and always videotape them because they always lying. What they want you to do is say yes one time, right? They want you to say yes one time to speaking to your child or come in and even see your child, because you have untacitly, unknowingly, at that point, given over your parental rights. This is how they can separate you from one room and another, and then this psychologist get to talking to your 5-year-old. He'll make your 5-year-old say any goddamn thing. Now you can't even get to your baby, and they just separated y'all. And that's another black family gone, another baby in the system. And just so y'all know, 3,500 children came up just poof, missing, just out of Michigan, just in Michigan out of CPS alone.
safely removes pore gunk. Just like that. The #1 trusted blackhead remover. Biore.
2021, 3,500 children just poof went in the system. Now they don't exist no more.
That's deep.
So
bro.
do that times 50 states. Where are all these babies going? Huh? You untacitly gave them the okay, or hence the right to be their parent, or else they can't speak to them. Long story short, I shut everything down, and just they had the police come there trying to threaten me and everything. Well, I stood on it. Oh, Owaski had me standing on what I know, because the knowledge that I had gained, you dig what I'm talking about, from looking into the CPS situation, taught me how to handle it, and I stood on it. They had the police try to, oh man, it was everything. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
They threatened me all the way, and in the end of the day, they never seen my baby. So just to stop these people from doing some bullshit, I told them I was going to record everything, and I did. They came in there, they was trying to do the slick talk to my baby. Oh, did somebody do anything? Well, did they come lay down naked next to you? They said the same question. And so I nipped all that in the bud now. I think I'm recording this, but they're on their best behavior because they think I'm recording.
Right.
And and every time they got a little bit too away from the questioning, I snapped right in, bam, boom, bam, 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 bam. Come to find out, SELAH, I wasn't even recorded. But I had these people shook. And then, boom, they leave and all that. They call me like a day or two later, say the case is closed. It's some bullshit. It was some bullshit anyway. You know what I mean? They didn't even know my baby name. They just said somebody gave a report about, and they was calling my daughter by her nickname. You dig what I'm talking about? They didn't even know who she was. They didn't know who she was.
Mm-hmm.
And I never let them see her to that day. So anyways, right, about a day or two after they closed the case, they called me and all that shit, closed the case, woo, woo, woo. The man out of the blue, the male agent out of the blue, come up to my door and knock on my door. He say, Mr. Peoples, I'm not here about your case. Your case is closed. All that. I'm not here to speak on none of that, right? He said, Mr. Peoples, I have worked in CPS in Michigan for 25 years. Now, mind you, this is 2015.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I have worked in the state of Michigan in CPS for 25 years. He said today at 12 o'clock, or he said yesterday at 12 o'clock, we had a meeting where everybody in the whole state was doing nothing but talking about you, sir.
Wow.
I said, why? What happened? He said, in 25 years, Mr. Peoples, you are the only person ever in the state of Michigan to tell us no and then stand on it. Am I lying, Mama? No. Am I lying, Mama? No. Okay.
That's powerful.
This man came out of his own mouth in his own time after work is done. He said, Mr. Peoples, I just wanted to shake your hand, sir. He was like, because if the rose was on the same foot, it was on the other foot, and I was in that, he said, I wish I'd have had enough guts. I wish I'd have had enough guts. Because, SELAH, they told me they was going to throw me in jail 100 times in between this week.
Wow.
All Mr. Peoples, all this and that. We're going to come back with a warrant. Well, get your warrant then.
Mm-hmm.
And hurry up with it. But don't talk me to death on my porch about doing nothing. Get the fuck out of here. This is how I'm talking to the police. Right. You dig what I'm talking about?
Facts.
And no, you can't see my child. You can talk to me, tell me what you want. I make all her decisions.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? No. I said no on everything. They had a conference where they got all the people from the southeastern side of the state to come up with a thing to deal with people like me. He said, Mr. Peoples, you did a wonderful thing. And he shook my hand. And he said, he asked me straight up, what gave you the guts to do this? So I start talking about how I've been researching and seeing how CPS have been doing online. But and I said, but really what gave me the gumption to believe in that I knew I was doing something right and to stand on it was a WASPy for sure. And he said, what? And I used like a book. And I gave him the whole info. You dig what I'm talking about? And he shook my hand, man. He said, man, I'm going to definitely read this and blah, 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 blah. I ain't heard nothing from them people since. But I knew 2 years after I got Owaski, I read Owaski. I got to SELAH in 13. I downloaded a book in 14. I put it in action in 2015. I knew right then Jehovah was real. And that he not some far away God who created the world in 6 days and then went to sleep and just left us willy-nilly out here. No, the creator kept creating.
Right.
He was all powerful before the earth, before the galaxy, and he's gonna be all powerful after it.
Facts.
I knew he was real. I knew this is what I was looking for. Not just talk to me. Help me work through this shit. I'm black in America. I'm getting kicked in my chops. You got to lighten this load up. You got to let me be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel before I know it's there. That's faith. He real, bro. He real. He ain't in no book. The book in you. From that day, I knew. I start looking. I start seeing. Oh, I speak prophesy against shit like Trump. We already knew Trump was coming. Right on time. Huh? 100 years, what did Marx tell you? 100 years after the Marxist Manifesto, we're going to have a United States president who was the best friend to the Russians. Huh? Y'all don't see it? Y'all don't read? Jehovah is real. He's realer than real. When you feel the air, that's the creator.
Right.
When you see that green in the grass, that green in the plant, that's the creator. When you see that star way out there, that's the creator. When you feel that little twinkling in your stomach, don't go over there. Don't go over there. That's the creator. Huh? When you're doing the thing you love, you know that joy that you get from doing that, you rapping or whatever. Let's say you love rapping. When you write and when you're a writer and you're getting into your groove and that flow, that symmetry, that rhythm, that talk, that's the creator himself.
The world we're living in today is drastically different than it was even a few years ago.
It's not a mistake. It didn't come from you. It come through you. This is why he tell you to be pure. This is why the first law is always purification. Not praise him. What would a fucking God need your lowly ass man praise for? Huh? What would true God need your shit for? So who is that nigga telling you that if you don't praise him in the Bible, you're going to hell? True God never asked for none of that shit. He don't need none of you niggas. He came back to do you a favor. Huh? This what they not ready for. I understand why you boys don't want smoke with me. I will gun smoke your guy.
Exactly. That's right and exact. You know what I mean?
I've been open for 6 years trying to get a debate.
Oh, it's coming
6
now.
years.
You know, we setting the tone for this shit this Friday. So come Friday, nigga. After that, it's on the pop. I'm definitely gonna be looking for, you know, other opponents, and then, you know, Malachi Maccabee definitely he on the hunt for him as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good brother, man. I talked to that brother. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And let me put this out there for anybody listening. OSP is for everybody.
Facts.
Right? OSP is for everybody. Get off the color shit, get off the hate, get off the racism, whatever. But if you have ever in your life been called black, if you have ever been in your life called Negro or African American or slave or Israelite, if you got any drop of melanin in your goddamn body, you need to read OSP. That history that you can't find. OSP ain't here to tell you what you niggas know, what you think you know. It's here to tell you everything you never knew and to clear up the shit that you was lied about. This is why I call it the Great Decoder, because it decodes everything. And then what y'all need to know is OSP just the start. This just the kindergarten. This ain't even kindergarten. This begindergarten.
Right. This just the goddamn blueprint. This just the alphabets.
Right. This before the house is built. This just the blueprint. So what's coming after OSP? Oh my God, I can't imagine.
And then not only that, OSP is just the unlocking of the last 8 arc cycles from the 25th to the going back to the time of the sinking of Pen, the 17th arc cycle. We got 16 arc cycles previous to Pen, double what we got of a whole history we don't even fucking know about.
3 arc cycles after, man, there was already massive communities already on the earth.
You see what I'm saying? So you double that coming up to the time of Pen.
There's what? So let's just say man was created 6,000 years before the very first arc cycle. So 81,000 years on the earth for man. I'm talking about 9,000 years into the time after the iron. So 66,000 BC, there was already massive buildings over here.
Right.
I'm saying many of these ancient pyramids are more ancient than we even been told.
Facts.
And then this what they don't want to know, SELAH. Well, every 24,000 years, we have an oscillation of our Earth. It's called the precession of the equinox.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investment,
right? What they don't know is every 20,000 years, our Earth rolls. It's called a polar shift. What y'all niggas need to do is get your calculator, go negative 22,553, and add 24,000 years to that, and see what date you get, nigga. Huh? Huh? See what date you get.
Oh shit.
You better wake up. You got 26 years to the first dance of the Kosmon era. Y'all about to see the Ions come back out the sky and come get grandma and them. Great grandma and them gonna come down and sit down at the dinner table with you. You gonna hug her. You gonna kiss her. You gonna smell her. She gonna sit and hold your hand. She gonna cry with you. She gonna eat with you. But then she gonna tell you things that ain't about this earth. She's not gonna be talking about none of this shit down here. Fuck this shit. I got somewhere to be. I got work to do. She know that. She been in the grave for the last 100 years. Huh?
Right.
Grandma is now Ethereal. She is a bridegroom. She gone. You better hope she come back and be your God.
Right.
Why y'all niggas don't know who God is today? Y'all keep calling God, God, God this. Y'all niggas don't even know it's a goddess. Y'all don't know in the 25th arc cycle, the 25th true God of this planet is a female. It's not even a god, it's a goddess. Y'all niggas not woke. Y'all don't even see the rise of feminine energy on this planet. Wake up. Haven't y'all been seeing the little dog win a whole lot lately? Look at the little dog. He been whooping the big dog lately, haven't he? Female agenda is the top agenda on this planet right now. They're trying to take her rights to even birth babies away.
Right.
Huh? Y'all not watching? You got 26 years, nigga, tighten up.
Right. Facts. Like
I'm gonna come tell you like Jesus. This is how Jesus was talking to these niggas.
Exactly. Severe teacher.
He was a severe preacher. That's why they stoned that nigga. He was outside calling them all type of hoes, bitch ass niggas, and nigga, you the son of Satan, and you soft ass
Whipping
hoe
niggas
ass
in the
nigga.
temple and shit.
Come on, he went through this. Listen, they had money changers, multiple money changers. That's like a bank being outside the temple, right? Like a bank. They had multiple guards to guard the money changer. Jesus went in and whooped all them niggas.
Oh man, that nigga was in the temple wilding.
Y'all better stop thinking these people soft.
Exactly.
Holes in it. You dig what I'm talking about?
Facts.
And we in the Kosmon era.
Right.
This is the era of high physical knowledge and high spiritual knowledge. So yeah, I could turn the other cheek or I could put a pistol aside it.
Right.
Better stop playing. You better stop playing. And just so y'all don't know, and for y'all who don't know, and everybody who do know, a sucker tried to come in my house and rob me. He was 17 years old. I shot that boy so many motherfucking times. This 45. Y'all think I'm wrong for that when my child was upstairs? No. Creator sent him to me because he knew I wouldn't panic. He needed Jehovah loved that boy. He sent him to me so he could learn the lesson, but he knew I wouldn't panic and kill him. I shot that boy in his dick. Excuse my word. I shot him in his stomach. I shot him in his privates. I shot him in his back. I shot him in his shoulder. Big 4-5 shells, tearing this young man apart. But I didn't kill him. Was I wrong for that?
And I just touched on that topic damn near yesterday, talking about when in the first book where it talks about how you will be faced with evil on your own account. And you can't, if you don't face evil on your own account, you won't even be able to attain the Godhead. So it's showing you that, yo, you got to go through some shit in this motherfucker. You got to be faced. That's why I say some niggas be like, yo, I ain't going to do this, I ain't going to do that. Yo, you don't know what the fuck you going to do until you encounter the situation.
Come on, man. Experience is the greatest teacher.
Exactly.
Guess what the highest form of knowledge on this planet is right now? The highest form of knowledge on this planet right now is called street knowledge, or what we call game. You want me to prove it? A man who can't read but got straight street game, right, can go on and be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Look at Rick Ross. But you can't take them CEOs out of them cushy jobs and these big things and set them in the streets with nothing, and they won't survive a day. They'll be crackheads and within a week. Because they can't turn something from nothing. Huh? Street knowledge is the highest form of common sense.
Facts.
Of knowledge in the world. So be glad that you came up in this ghetto experience.
Facts.
Hard, hurtful. Because them people that came up in the burbs don't got your experience. They don't know what to do when the pressure is on.
Exactly.
Pac told us though. Pac told us. What Pac say? Pac said, when the pressure's on, it's a hit. Ski mask, extra gas, bring the clips. Don't nobody move when we walk the street. They stay silent because talk is cheap.
Exactly.
Huh? What Nas tell us? What Nas tell us? Nas told us, watch them niggas that's close to you. Make sure they do what they're supposed to do. Because you know they be thinking about smoking you. It's never personal. Nowadays, that's the way.
Right.
Huh? That's our culture. Y'all, was y'all listening? Huh? Even the young boys today, what they tell you. You better get it right. You need some straightening. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You better get it right. It needs some straightening. This is what we doing. We not trying to bash y'all niggas about y'all God. We just alerting that you niggas is duped.
Right.
And if you don't break that while you here living on the planet and can do something about it, you are going to be bound to this shit afterwards. What you're bound to here, you're bound to there. As above, so below.
Exactly. So these niggas are setting themselves up for hellfire if they keep worshiping these false deities, this angry and vengeful gods, they're gonna get their ass goddamn torn apart out here.
Boy, I can't wait. I can't listen. What's so sad is I know one of my grandmamas. You dig what I'm talking about? Who was oppressed. One of my fourth great grandmothers is named Sarah Goldberg. Come to find out, she was a black woman who was married to a black man already in England before they even came to America. Huh? Let me fuck you up. That's my fourth great grandmama through my mother's side. My mother's mother's side. Them niggas is black Europeans. My fourth great grandmama, born 1806. And I got a grandmama who was born about 1792. My seventh great grandmama named SELAH. She was on a boat for a month that came from South America.
Mm.
She didn't come from Africa. She came from South America as a 14-year-old and already had my sixth great grandmama Harriet. So how by 14 you a slave, but by 20 you got 400 acres, a husband, and another baby? Huh? Somebody lying. Somebody lying. Oh, come to find out, the boat came from French Guiana and had been over here a whole year before it dropped her off in Charleston, South Carolina, and her indenture was bought by a man named Mr. Peterson in Peters, Alabama.
So this your grandmother, you saying?
This is my sixth great grandmother.
So she came from Guyana.
That's where I think she may even been from Costa Rica. Cause they had a whole year worth of stops, one in the Yucatan, one in the Caribbean. But we find her getting on the or in the boat for show in French Guiana. But guess what it say? Guess what? Because it didn't write her name. It wrote her stock number and how old she was and blah 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 blah, and that she had a baby. She came over here, 14-year-old. Guess what it say? It don't even say her name, her real birth name. It say 14-year-old Hebrew.
Wow.
In America. From South America.
Well, you know, 95% of they said the so-called slaves, but we know that's something else. But the indigenous people was already here in the Caribbean and South America. You know what I mean? The extension of the Guatamites.
They are the Guatamians.
Exactly.
But what they don't know, or what they gonna end up finding out, is that the Negro was already had mixed. Day one. We just got some of the people who descend from Moses, who you would call the Negroes in Africa. Not the Hamitic Africans, the Negroes of African stock. We got some of that in us. We got the stock of the ancient Vedic people through Capilia out of India, right here. And if you go down to Jamaica, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Lucia, you will see these people, they call them coolies. They are pure Vedic.
And to add on to that, I'm glad you brought that up, because, you know, my people for the Caribbean, and the story was that the indigent servants from India came in the like mid 1800s, and they got pictures of them, and you see them with their turbans and they garbed out. But these are the same people who brought ganja to the island, the Caribbean islands. They brought curry to the Caribbean islands, and certain dishes that you would think was coming from the so-called Africans or whatever, but it's coming from the East Indians during the mid 1800s when they migrated to the Caribbean. And like you said, that's the Capilia seed and stock coming over, mixing with the stock over here.
And we got the seed of Chinese and Po mixed in America. This is why the Negro don't need nobody in the world to produce a certain color baby. Two blue black niggas can birth a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Negro.
Right.
With no admixture. We don't need nobody. We was already admixed day one. Guatama means the place of the crossing, or the place of the four tribes. So that means you got some of that Hamite blood. You got some of that Guatamian blood. You got some of that Japhetian blood. You got some of that Shemitic blood. They was all mixed up here. This is why you get Negroes with the epicanthic fold, or what we call Chinese eyes. And you got niggas with the good hair. And you got niggas with the nappy hair, with blue eyes. You got them all mixed up all in between there.
And you know, they say, you know, the Kosmon era was going to be the meeting of the nations for America, where all nations are meet, and then the greatest, you know, amalgamation of seed will be crossbred here. It's like a big ass experiment going on with the crossbreeding of seeds.
Come on, man. Come on. And look at it today. We almost birthing a new people. How many black people got babies with white people?
Right. Like if you go to New York, you see black and Chinese. You got right. Russians up there, and they all intermingling.
All intermingling. And this is always going on. Great admixture. The only place that has as much admixture as the United States or the Guatamian area landmass is Africa. And then let me twist you one more cap. If anybody is the black man true indigenous to this soil, it could only be the Negro type, because we have the only black druk that ever existed anywhere. Every other druk was brown. The one in Africa was brown. The one in Persia was brown. The one in India was brown. The one in what up? I'm really having a conversation real quick. Yeah. But everybody else is drunk, or the natural man of the land is brown. America has the only black-skinned drunk. So you can't tell me that the indigenous people here wasn't a dark copper-colored people.
Yeah, I see some jet black motherfucking natives and on some of these pictures and shit.
Come on, but where's these people, as Jehovah said, you gonna readily know the Angui in the Kosmon era. You would know these people. They gonna stand out because they got a gift. They got beauty. They got symmetry. They got poetry. They can run, jump, run faster because the gift we got was symmetry from the Creator. This is why we the best musicians. This is why we the best. Anything that got to do with making something out of nothing, this is what we do. Because we already in tune. And that's why they call us a spiritual people. Huh? What y'all got to understand is it don't matter where the fuck you from.
Right.
Because in the end of the day, you ain't nothing but a man. You gonna die on this motherfucker, and you gonna go stay on the lower heaven, or you gonna rise through the higher heaven. Everybody gonna rise in time, but it's about when. Some of us gonna rise to the higher heavens in 10 years, 5 years. But the other people, it's gonna take 1,000 years.
Right.
5,000. Because of what you did or you didn't do here in this life.
Right.
In real time. How many people did you go out there and help? And I'm not talking about selfishly, you made some money off of it. Huh? Who you go out there and feed? Who children you gave a skill to? Huh? Who you teaching how to speak another language? Who you teaching how to clean their own water? Who you teaching how to grow their own food? Who you teaching about the Creator? Huh? You ain't doing none of this. Well, don't talk to me about your punk ass God. Because he told me to kill the baby. We know that nigga can't be right. Give a fuck who you say he birthed. I ain't fucking with that rotten ass nigga.
That's actual facts.
Huh? That's facts. That's like saying I'm gonna go fuck with the rapist or the killer on the street. I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna take his advice. Y'all better wake up. You got 26 years to tighten the fuck up. And we need to get back into this sometime too, because if y'all not see destruction, these great earthly destructions come on a time cycle.
Exactly. That's the next thing. Matter of fact, that's what we're gonna touch on the next time. We're gonna touch on the time cycles, geographical events within the subcycles of the 3,000-year periods.
Come on, man. What y'all better do is time escrow up to 3,000 years. Put 3,000 years on escrow and see where it ends. How much you want to bet you get a time right about 2027 AD? Huh? I'm the only motherfucker y'all told that ever told y'all that we went into the age of Aquarius on August 21st, 2021. How did I know? How did I know we was having a lunar eclipse that day? I'm the only motherfucker that ever told y'all using the Arachna Umbungala that we was in Aja. Jaya. Not even Aja. We was in Jaya since April of 2019, and it don't even end till like September 2023 next year. Who told y'all about the war in Ukraine months before it happened? Y'all think it's a guess? Y'all think I'm guessing?
What it say? Prophecy is absolute rules.
Absolute. It don't change. There are absolute rules to time. Only two things. There's three things. Three absolutes. The creator, time, and prophecy.
Right.
They don't change. They don't change. There are absolute rules to prophecy and time. Why you think the Mason master number is 33?
Right.
Because he's a master of the time. Huh? Why you think all the presidents have been Mason? Every single one of them.
Exactly.
Because they know something.
That's a time tracker right there with the presidents. That's like the kingship in America, and we could base that shit off the cycles, and look at the history of some of these presidents, what transpired with them, basing off these cycles of time and shit. The civil wars, when the civil wars came, like you was mentioning earlier, the Spanish flu. You know what I mean?
Yeah. None of this happens by mistake.
Right.
If you know the times, you see it happens exactly on time, all the time.
Exactly.
So think about this. Think about this, SELAH. If shit is on 100-year schedule, what happened in the 1930s? The Great Depression, the Great Famine.
Yeah, the Great Depression. Yeah, you had the 1914, the Federal Bank. 1913, the Federal Bank came, and then, like you said, the Great Depression, the Spanish flu, and then what topped it off actually was goddamn the peak of the motherfucker was 1948 with the Roswell incident. 1947, 1948 when the UFO crash. That was the highlight on the peak of that cycle, that sub-cycle. And that's 100 years from where we coming to. So 2048 may be, well, we already know that's when, the celestials are going to descend down to collect the brides and bridegrooms, but it's basically dealing with extraterrestrial activity like 1948 did with the Roswell crash.
Let me tell you another good key, another hidden key of 1948. In 1948 was the very first beginning of the birth of the Kosmon children. They are the very first generation from 1948 to 1981 of the birth of truly Kosmonian children.
And I'm born on the cusp of the motherfucking cycle. I fall in the line with the 11. I'm 1980. I'm right there on the cusp. Yep. I think that's the fourth generation, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. No, it's the first. It's the
no. I'm talking about from as far as the add up the years from 33 from 1848 coming up to 1980.
Yeah.
But no, going in what you were saying about the what you was breaking down though.
But you got to understand, from 1848 to 1948 is a beast cycle.
That's right.
We were coming out of a beast cycle. Let me show you. Let me prove to you how we start birthing Kosmonian children. You could go to your grandmama. If she not an indigenous American, she'll have an A or B blood type. After 1948, these A and B blood types start producing O children out of nowhere. O positive, because the A blood types and the B blood types have RH factor in them.
Right.
Or what they call rhesus factor.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Right. You
for
know.
thousands. What I'm talking about, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, A's and A's got together and produced more A's. A's and B's got together, and B's got together and produced B's. A's and B's got together and produced AB types. Or A's and B's got together and produced B types for thousands of years. But at a time of high ethereal light in 1948, all these people who was A and B blood types start producing children. of O negative and O positive blood.
And you know what? That
Cosmon.
may have been the precursors of the Lewis, the Masters of Generations work.
Yes, it is. It's exactly. But remember, we had to get out of a B cycle first.
Right.
120-year cycle. You dig what I'm saying? Or 121 years that started 20 years before the Ark of Kosmon. You dig what I'm talking about? Anybody want to know what happened in 1828? They want to tell us what happened? We start having the Indian removal wars. And we fought all the way to 1948. What happened in the end of that was the end of the Second World War. We start birthing these high-raised kids, what they call the boomer generation. The very first ones is called the boomers. Now my generation and me and your generation are truly Kosmonian all the way at the end. You dig what I'm talking about? But guess what they call us? Rainbows.
Oh, what the vertigos and shit.
Yeah, they call us rainbow children. And the babies who come after us, they call them blue rays.
Right.
They just name and see. If they knew a generation, that means personally, my mother was born in 1958. I was born in 1978. Me and my mother were born in the same generation.
Right.
Think about this. My grandmother, who is an AB blood type, and my grandfather, who was an O negative type, go on to produce my mother, who is O negative, or who is O positive, who goes on to produce me, who is O negative. How does that happen? How does it happen, SELAH? You can't tell me the light ain't changing.
Yo.
Huh?
And they consider that O blood special, you know what I'm saying?
Say it again, bro.
I said they consider that O, that O type, that blood type O special. It's the most universal blood type on the planet. We could give blood to everybody else, but everybody else can't.
And can't nobody give it. We can't get it from nobody else.
Exactly.
Why is that? Huh? We can give, but we can't take. That's the light of the Creator, boy. Y'all better wake up. As a matter of fact, I'm getting to a point where I'm stopping to care. Y'all better hope and pray to God. Pray to your Creator. Pray to whoever you pray to. This brother SELAH keep going. Because if I stop, what you gonna do? You only got one. You only really have one head of light out there. But Jehovah told us, ain't gonna be no one Abram this time. Ain't gonna be no one Moses. Ain't gonna be no one Yeshua. Ain't gonna be no one Muhammad. It's gonna be millions of them.
Exactly. Spontaneously just popping out of nowhere.
Huh? We call Kosmon baby. We call Coke baby. We call them Coke babies. Coke, C-O-K-E. We call us Coke babies. Children of the Kosmon era. Huh? We call ourselves Coke babies. We way ahead of the curve. I know it sounds fucked up like a Coke baby, but Coke stands for Children of the Kosmon era. Coke baby. That's what we is, and what era we grew up in, SELAH?
Shit, we 70s and 80s babies and 90s babies.
We Coke babies. We literally grew up in the Coke era.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the crack era, most definitely. The Coke and the crack era. And the tail end of the heroin era.
Come on. We came up out of all that. They dumped all that on our people. But what we go on to do is our generation to start breaking down racism. We not with the bullshit. It wasn't until the 80s that schools was even desegregated for real.
Right.
Brown against the Board of Health, it happened in 1954. We didn't have truly unsegregated schools to the 1980s.
Right.
Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
Facts.
It's our babies who now, you can't, listen, these babies don't give a goddamn about color.
And that's the crazy thing, because when you see the Hebrew Israelites on the corner, and you see some of the people that be walking by, and they be like, man, it's not even about race anymore. They showing you they Kosmon children right there before the Israelites, and they ain't even seen it. You know what I mean? They still trying to be divisive and divided, and you got a white kid and a black kid dapping each other up like, man, we one and the same and shit. What you talking about?
And listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. Y'all can believe what y'all want to, but I'm gonna tell you like this. Y'all bet not never lay no hands on Kosmon Cal. I got some boys up here up in this militia. White as you want to be. You call them pale faces. You can call them crackers. You can call them European. You call them what you want to. But put your hands on me and see what these white boys gonna do to you.
You see what I'm
you
saying?
Ain't even never seen this many guns.
And that's the shit these motherfuckers don't understand. It's like, yo, you can't get up in the carnal nationality mindset, because when the shit pop off, you're going to be lost on the battlefield, because you're going to be looking at complexion instead of looking at motherfucking who really got your back in this motherfucker.
Yep, exactly. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't tell what a thing is till it bears fruit.
Exactly. Facts.
You can't tell that apple tree from that orange tree to them fruit grow.
Exactly.
You can tell me this orange tree is an apple tree all you want to, but when these orange fruit pop up off this mug at the end of this year, ain't no more telling me this an apple tree.
Exactly. Exactly.
Y'all got 26 years. You want to tell you something? Well, since you know about spirit rate, in 2048, I'm going to be exactly 70. Oh, my Lord.
Yo, it's funny you said that, because I was doing the numbers to that one some time back. You know what I mean? Yo, that shit was spooking the nigga out. Like, damn, it, I'm going to be this year is when this shit coming about. You know what I mean? So the thing is living long enough to see what the heavens is going to reveal during that time. The celestial signs, the ships.
Not only that, they say to win the game, you got to last to the end.
Facts.
To win the game, you got to be the last man standing in Monopoly, right?
That's right.
To win the game, you got to survive to the end. Y'all better wake the fuck up, and y'all better get together, because it's coming to a point to where good people are just got to get away from bad people.
That's what's happened. Like, what's going on now with all the fucking drudges roaming the fucking wandering spirits? It's creating the split. Like, the good people are about to get up out of here. They're going to band together and start occupying the country land way off in the green pastures in the woods, in the forest, buying up the country land, living off the grid.
Yep.
While the cities is going to be goddamn a war zone.
Yep.
That shit already a war zone. Like when I was looking at Baltimore, New York, the Bronx, it's a war zone in some of the hoods.
Chicago.
Oh man, Chicago's off the meat rack.
Portland off. Don't forget about the West Coast. Portland,
right?
LA.
So it's like
don't forget about it. Don't forget about Texas. Is going down in Texas.
And you know what? If we just look at America and look at the number of wickedness that's going on, the inspiration of these spirits of darkness to drive man to do wickedness, it's in fluctuating and increasing at great number.
What you watching is the death throes of religion, because even the drudges are coming from under the inspirations of the false god, and they like, oh hell no, this some bullshit. You just gonna fuck over me? Well, then we gonna go fuck over y'all. And you gotta understand, they got roving bands of drudges that get together in packs. And see, once we understand that there is more power in a brotherhood when we get together, it's easier for 100 of us to do a thing than one. I've been telling people for years I got acres of land up here in Port Huron because I'm a real Indian.
We're going to have to pay that shit a visit right there.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Excavate your land. Put you some crops out there. Build you a little house out there. Come on, I ain't going to charge you nothing. Because I'm going to turn it when it's all done. Hopefully, I get it all done by 2030. That's my whole thing. To get,
right, yeah. Niggas got to be off the grid. Yo, niggas got to be off the grid before 2048.
Got to be off the grid before 2048. But and listen, I got a brother named Daryl Kosmon. His dad.
Yeah,
now,
yeah, that's my dude right there, son.
Yeah, Daryl Kosmon's in his late 30s. He may be 40.
Good people, Joe.
He was raised up with an Owaspy. His dad been already off the grid since the early 2000s. He been gone. Been gone.
Mm-hmm.
He knew at that time even his kids wasn't ready for what he knew. He still had to go. When you come into truth and you come into light, it makes you feel a certain way. And once you feel a certain way, it's going to make you do a certain thing. You're going to be convicted about something.
That's right.
I knew right then, I was crying when Owaspy hit. Owaspy hit like a ton of bricks.
Hit for real, boy.
Bro, listen, I'm in there reading Forgopity and Hoab. I'm in there reading Forgopity and Hoab, and Forgopity is turning up on Hoab. He don't even know he about to make him the new God.
Right.
True God doesn't know he grooming this nigga next to him to be the next God.
Facts.
Proof of that is in the ancient Hindu Vedic text, the god Prajapati, who is a memory of the ancient god Prajapati, is the very first god to be able to choose his lineage. Before that time, God and his Lord gods or anybody who worked in his stead of the archangel of that ark was chosen by the Creator. Before Forgopity and Hoab. So he in there turning up on Hoab. He telling Hoab, man, I can't hold this light no more.
Right.
Hoab like, man, turn this shit down, man. It's too bright. It's too bright. He told him, knuckle up, nigga. Get tough. Stand your bitch ass up and take it. Hoab said, oh, Lord. And listen, I could see it in my mind.
Yeah,
like
that shit play out clear as
right
hell.
There. I could see it right there. The all the negative, the shit that was keeping Hoab light just literally burnt off of him. He came out like a brand new light. He was a god.
Exactly.
He came out with a whole new light, a whole new understanding.
Now he going headlong into hell to deliver niggas.
Come on, man.
Oh,
he going headlong into that mud. He diving with nobody. He's just like, I got to go.
This nigga doing a suicide dive into hell, goddamn ready to go deliver niggas and shit.
he go, but guess what he went and did? He delivered all them hells.
Goddamn right. He got busy after he knew what the fuck the powers he withheld from the Creator.
He came into truth. Truth made him feel a certain way,
and
he went and did a certain thing.
Right.
And guess what? The higher the God you are, the more menial work you do.
Exactly. Imagine that.
There are gods who start and create galaxies, build planets, who up there cleaning another god toilet with a toothbrush. Why? Because he needed the help. What? You got God doing menial work? They don't mind it because it's an easy thing. They humble themselves. This is how you approach the Godhead.
That's right.
You feel me, bro?
That's right.
You feel me, bro? It's about the good works done here, right now. Stop talking about it. Get your punk ass off the couch and go help somebody.
Right, exactly.
That's what you do. Don't talk me to goddamn death. Go teach your babies how to grow food for themselves. Because when shit hit the fan, you better know how to do it. You better learn how to clean your own water. Because you may be drinking out some dirty pools come soon. You better learn how to clean that water. You better have your light panels and your water cranking system, and you dig what I'm talking about, to on a paddle wheel system or something, so you can always have energy regardless to what's going on.
Right.
Huh? See, they think we about to step back into the Stone Age. No. The Jehovians are about to go into the future.
That's right.
You niggas going to the motherfucking Stone Age. You better hope you still here.
Right. Facts.
All the greatest delights, all the greatest things of the world, the most beautifulest things of the world are brought through the world through Jehovians. Only. You better wake up. God is not the creator. I feel sorry for that brother on Friday. He is going to get massacred. He is going to get massacred. He has no idea. Owaspia is the only place where you can find the difference between a Lord God, and the Creator.
Exactly. And see that was an unwise move, because you don't have the breakdown in the Bible to even go in and explain it. So it's like, nigga, your side is gonna be short lived, because you ain't got nowhere to go to add precept upon precept and really give an explanation. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh man,
right.
I want to see if he put up a good
talking.
argument.
He gonna get to talking and spewing a whole bunch of opinions that ain't got nothing to do. They ain't got nothing to do with no chapter, no verse, or doing nothing.
But here's the rules,
Your
though.
God said,
The rules is that nigga can't lean on his own understanding. He got to go to chapter and verse to validate his point. So this nigga gonna be scurrying around looking. It's either he gonna be scurrying around looking for shit, or he gonna come with some shit
done.
And then start making up some shit as he go after he read the verse.
Why don't he go look at the funny part? The funny part is if he actually looked at the Paleo Hebrew, where the word says Lord in the ancient Paleo Hebrew. Before that, it said Jehovah clearly.
Right.
So they changed the name.
Facts. Exactly.
It changed it. Jehovah. It was until the time of Anu Hassas that they started even changing the word Jehovah to God and Lord.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? That's not till the Ark of Speaker. Y'all niggas late. And like you said, what about the 48,000 years before the time of Noah?
Yeah, bro, I be bugging.
What about that history?
You know, the Owaspia gives you the premise of the creation of man, and the Asu, the Ions, and the drunks in the beginning. So it gives you the first two arc cycles. Then it goes into the synopsis of 16. So, you know what I mean? What the fuck took place in the 6th, the 7th arc cycle? What took place to the leader to where niggas got to sink this motherfucker?
Yo, it's so much history we don't know.
Exactly.
You see what I'm talking about? And anybody want to get into a battle or a debate about time, if If you want to get into a debate about time, go get your best teacher. I don't want little Junior Ben Yakinen. No, go get me the big dog.
Right.
Go get me the big dog. So I can show him he not game bred for real. So I can show him he don't know how to calculate time. And it don't matter which calendar. Julian, Gregorian, Babylonian.
We holding these niggas accountable to their holy books because God is supposed to be the motherfucking creator and he's supposed to have this shit laid out. So these niggas got to go chapter and verse, thus saith the Lord in their Bible and prove all things. And we gonna chop their goddamn head off using this Owaspi, using chapter and verse to show them which book is more potent. We gonna hold them niggas to their goddamn God and shit.
Yep, they can't. That's what they don't want to do. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that because they can't. Your God he purposely didn't give you no who, no what, no where, no why, or when. He did that on purpose.
Right.
Just to outclass you so your dumb ass could stop asking questions. Right. And you would just believe. They've been doing that since before Egypt was called Egypt. Huh? Before it was called Mizraim. Huh? Before it was called South Arabia. They've been doing that. You see what I'm saying? Y'all gonna wake up. Y'all gonna wake up. You dig what I'm talking about? Exactly. And another thing I want to get down into with you too, bro. Is we need to break it down. Is the skin color of the iron?
Oh yeah. You know that's a hot topic right there. That's probably be one of the first. That's probably be one of the first attacks. A nigga who tried to rebuttal the OSP will approach with the white and yellow people. Like they'll try to use that and as literal and as far as like, oh, those is white Europeans from the Caucasian mountains. They'll try to run with that shit. And then we have to clear that shit up.
I'll cook them niggas boots.
Because this is where the actual facts coming at. That's when we go into the haplogroups and go into the pygmies. You know what I mean? The indigenous people. Because if you look at the South African Bushmen, you know what I mean? That nigga light skin. He's supposed to have the oldest Y chromosome.
That's that Zaza.
You already know, son.
That's that Zaza. You dig what I'm talking about? You better teach your sons and your kids how to grow this shit. This medicine.
Facts.
This is what's gonna keep you safe and clearing out your body from in your mind, allowing you. First of all, we've always been the shaman.
Exactly.
We've always dealt with the roots.
Facts.
We've always dealt with the roots. We've always dealt. What they say? What Ricky Spice say? He say they found it in a wise man's tomb. They took it and they throw it in a loom.
Right.
Pray to God it will germinate soon. Yeah. Nothing in this world like the high grade of metallic. Nigga, you better get right.
That's right.
The Nyabingi man. I seen the Nyabingi man float. I seen him float in the air. With no feet on the ground. Not that trick that they do where they hold on to the stick and they bring their legs up.
I'm with you on that because I seen the nigga levitate a couple times. I mean, like 3 times before my eyes. But go ahead, I'm with you on that.
He crossed his legs. He was sitting. He had on all white. They was beating the drums. They was burning whole trees. They was burning the whole marijuana tree, root to the tutor, the whole thing. They wasn't even plucking it or nothing. They was going and they had a whole little smokehouse. And the Nyabingi man came out there. They got the beat in that drum. That man started meditating, crossed his legs, and literally lifted about 3-4 feet off the ground. Down there in the Blue Mountains in Jamaica, in Otos Rios. What?
Yeah.
Y'all better wake up. I done seen some shit.
Facts.
I seen my very first UFO, the very first time in 1993. It was shaped like a pizza, like it had sections in it. You dig what I'm talking about? And they would light up. The middle was black, and it would light up like One section would light up yellow. One would light up blue. One would light up red. One would light up pink. One would light up green. One would, you dig what I'm talking about? Like a kaleidoscope almost. You dig what I'm talking about? But it was going slow. It was going so slow. We watched it for about 10 minutes. Till we couldn't see it no more. The very first time I ever went to Pontiac, that was October. That was Halloween night. October 31st, 1993. Very first time I seen a UFO. So I've been knowing shit been different since then. I knew I was being lied to, for sure. You dig what I'm talking about? This thing was cruising. I ain't hear no noise. I ain't hear no. And had not my boy Don been there with me, I'd have convinced myself that I didn't see it. It was so amazing, bro. It was so amazing that had not my boy been there, and then we looked at each other at the same time, like, dog, do you see that? He was like, oh my God. We watched it for about 10 minutes. It just cruised over top of the city of Pontiac till we couldn't see it no more.
That's real.
Didn't make no noise. Didn't speed up. I seen one go over the city of Detroit. We followed it from Outer Drive all the way down John R. the 6 Mile and all that shit, and then it start going to where we couldn't follow it. We couldn't see it over the buildings no more. Right over the hood. I'm talking about maybe 100 feet in the air. Massive.
Wow.
Massive. As big as a football field.
Right.
And niggas was acting like they didn't see it.
That's the crazy part. They're in denial. That's why when the ships come, niggas gonna be in denial when they see them ships.
What? Listen, what they better get in their mind is what's really happening.
Exactly.
What we're watching is a man, a literal man that used to live on this earth, who now lives above the earth, who is extraterrestrial. He's not dead. The iron isn't dead. They told you the iron died off during extra. That is a lie. And Owaspi don't say it. Owaspi said it became difficult for them to live on the face of the planet.
Right, because they still got remnants of them now.
Come on, man. Not only that, what Owaspi don't say is that they went extinct, but what Owaspi also don't say is that they didn't go underground or that they didn't go above. And why I say they are many of the extraterrestrial ships we see in the air today is because even the spirits of the ions, they had to move the heaven outward. They had to move the heaven outward towards the edge of Shinvat to accommodate even the spirit, because they was too close to the planet and it was breaking them down physically. So it don't say they become extinct. It said it became difficult for them to continue living on the face of the earth. That's what it says.
Exactly.
In the book of Esdras. I think it's 7 and 4, 7 and 14, book of Esdras, chapter 7.
And then it talks about how worlds are inhabited within and without. So, you know, our world is inhabited within, and you got the folklores about the people living under the, not necessarily deep under the ground, but within the caverns, in the forests and the jungles and the green patches, or wherever they got caves at, the mountains and shit like that, the interwovens that could lead into the earth.
Man, they say they got a place out there in Africa called Derinkuyu. Out there by the Middle East, Africa, is shit called Derinkuyu. It is literally a underground city carved with passageways and place for livestock and all that shit. And it go hundreds of feet into the ground.
Right.
Carved right into the mountains and into the ground. And then they say they got a literal passage that they found that goes from Turkey all the way to Ireland. an underground passage. But that should sound familiar to people who read ancient history. Remember, they said during the ancient king Nimrod built a underground tunnel into the city or area of King Og. So that would be, so basically he built it across from Turkey into Europe. Right where they say this tunnel is. And it run under these massive cities and stop in Ireland, just like it say it does.
Right.
Massive, giant tunnels where 20-foot niggas could walk through. Easy. Huh? Man, listen, SELAH, bro, I'm going to tell you the truth. I believe in everything now.
You know, you can't sleep on nothing. You know what I mean? You got to keep your mind.
You can't sleep on nothing, bro.
Yeah. You can't sleep on shit these days, yo.
And the crazy part is, we go through everything they taught us was a lie, is real. And everything they taught us real, that was real, it's real, but it's a lie.
Right.
It ain't even what they tell us it is. So I hope, listen, you know what? I hope a Israelite brother do step to the forefront. But soon as he whip out his 6-point star, he's done. He's done. Soon as he get to talking about David, he's done. Wait till they find out the son existed 5,000 years before the father. Huh?
Mm.
Wait till you find out Shemut is the ancient name of Solomon. Shemut and Solomon is the same name. Wait till you find out where the high Ram come from. Huh? Wait till you find out why the little people always wear the so-called Phrygian cap. Huh? Wait till you see why they always got that little red cap on without no motherfucking brim.
That part.
Wait till you find out that it was Solomon, aka Shemut, that did all this bullshit. And wait till you find out Solomon existed and lived 5,000 years before fucking David was thought about. And it ain't even no proof David even exists. You got one little thing that Hammurabi wrote about conquering, or the Assyrian king wrote about conquering the house of David. One script in the last 3,000-4,000 years. Huh? Huh? Solomon existed before David. Huh? Yeah. That's what y'all niggas be. Y'all bet don't play with me. I'm trying to air one of you out. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Yo,
I want to make
this
an
Friday,
example
we
out
gonna
of
find you a contender, yo. We gonna definitely find you a contender. Someone who ain't
I
scared
want
to
to
come
make
to
an
the
example
table.
out of you.
Uh-huh.
And look, this ain't no personal beef with the Israelites.
Oh no. You know, we play hard, you know what I mean? We play hard.
Listen, if you a Muslim, you can get it. If you a Brahmin, you can get it. You a Hindu, you can get this work.
Exactly.
I got it for all of you.
We just ain't for the Hebrew
You a
Israelites
Jew?
and for the Christians and the Muslims. We can come at the goddamn Sanskrit, the Egyptian text.
All that shit.
All that shit, yo.
I wish I would run across a nigga like gay ass Jabari trying to come at me with that commission shit. He don't even know who the Kushites are. Huh? Don't let me bring it out the bag on you. You don't know, because he don't know who the Hyksos is, the Lycian, where they went, what they were called after. they left Egypt. He don't know why the Assyrians keep trying to attack them. They don't get it. Huh?
Right.
They don't understand why the Hittite comes out of nowhere. The Hittite come out of nowhere. He come out them hills rampaging shit. And he got the technology of the Lycians. What? The chariot? Lycian. But y'all don't know who they come to be, who they called throughout history.
Right.
They got their own language. They call, look this up if you don't believe me, they end up leaving Egypt and becoming the Luwian. Luwian. They are, even the Hittite tell you they're the Egyptian people who came up there. They got a piece of that land. The Luwian mixed in with the Hittite. They became a power. This is where you get your whole Assyrian and dynasties and all that Turkic dynasties way up there.
Right. That's like the Etruscans, the Minoans, the Mycelians, when they migrated, basically the Persians migrated into those regions back in those times, you know what I mean? 23rd arc cycle times, when they had them
22nd arc cycle. 22nd arc cycle.
Even before that, exactly. We can even go back to the time of Zarathustra.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
That's deep, yo.
To the Ark of Lu.
Exactly.
The Phoenician already had a dominant. I'm talking 7,000 BC, 6,900 BC, 6,500 BC. They had the Phoenician had a dominant language, and every language in the world since that time is based off Phoenician. You can't write it or sound it out if it's not based off phonetics.
Right. Right.
So this is how can you have a language with no vowels? Hebrew. The whole language was created to hide the creator. This is why the E, the O, the I, and the H is missing from YHWH.
Exactly. Funny you say that. That's what I got that on the screen as you say that, literally. Yeah, it's funny how the missing vowels is the creator's name.
The missing vowel. And then they tell you, just like in Phoenician, it's true. It's true. But we know E, O, ah. You dig what I'm talking about? Everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? But we know the vowel is interchangeable.
Exactly.
Because I can write it I-E-I-O-E, and it's E-O-E.
Right. I
can say E-O-I. And look, when you go back into the oldest indigenous American writing tablet, you always see this. A-O-I-E. Or you see I-O-E. It is the ancient name of the creator even back then.
Exactly.
This is 20,000 years tablet. Go look at the oldest American tablet. It got creator name literally written on it. You can't even mistake it. It's only 3 letters. Literally. The middle of our country is called Iowa. The literal middle, Iowa, is called Iowa. You think that's by mistake? They don't know about Yatante. They don't know about the holy hunting ground, the heavenly hunting ground. They don't know about the 7 levels, the 7 levels of projected heaven.
Right.
Right above us. Expanding from damn near New York to LA and all through the middle of our country down into the Gulf.
Exactly.
Y'all
That nigga said the happy hunting grounds, boy. You took it there.
Yeah, they not ready. They're not ready for the subjective heavens. These boys got 7, 8, 9, 10, 30, 30D. You got it's not 3D, it's 30D. These
Them
is
niggas,
like real beings.
Them niggas was talking about lakes and fish in the motherfucker. Like these angels, these drudges, when they up in there, these niggas really think they in the Matrix like a motherfucker thinking that shit real.
Yo, this. SELAH, let's get into this, bro, because I know you probably never thought about it, and then I brought it out a couple years ago, right? and I was wrong. I was right about how I thought about it, but I was wrong in actually how it looked. Remember in the Book of the Wars against Jehovah, where they had the Osirians against the Jehovih, right?
Right.
And they said that the most daring of angels would ride like a kite.
Yo, when I read that shit, I was like, yo, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Yo, these niggas that desperate, my nigga. These niggas flying on kites and shit.
But dig this, right? It said like a kite, right? So it moves like it glides, right? This is what they saying. But the key word to that is in reverse. So it's not a thing that willy-nilly glided on the Vortexian waves. It rolled. They weren't hanging on, parachuting, or like I was thinking like a hang glider. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because
like
it gives you that illusion the way the way the verse is written.
But it say, but in reverse. So they actually think like surfboard, right, or bird's suit, right? But think surfboard like hang glider, but instead of hanging on the bottom of it and riding the Vortexian wave, you're on top of it, driving it. Oh, and this may be the overall arching reason why they believe angels have wings.
Right.
Because these were coming out the sky, literally, like a hang glider. Think, hang glider, surfboard.
No, that's some real shit. These niggas coming out the motherfucker like Silver Slider with fucking wings on their back and shit.
Yeah. Okay.
But not knowing that's the form of the technology that comes with the heavens. But mortals not understanding this shit, taking this shit to be like some winged motherfuckers.
Right.
I seen a man flying in the sky with bird wings, shit like that. You know what I mean?
Listen, me and my brother seen the bird suit.
The bird suit.
The bird. Listen. It's a technology.
Facts.
The angels literally get in these fixed wing suits. They have heads like eagles, and the wings spread out like with your arms. Your legs tail behind you, and it pushes you forward on the Vortexian wave. We watched it.
Right.
This is only about 2-3 years ago. And it's fast. But it's think like a kite. It glides like that, but it can push itself forward. Shoot. But the arms are fixed. They don't move. So think like a little small one-man suit plane. But it's
you know,
bird.
matter of fact, they doing it now. You see how they be jumping off of mountains with them like them suits like birds with the wings, with the wingspan and shit like that.
But imagine that bitch can catch Vortexia in the front and push it out the back. So you can get spurts of speed. Whew. You can go real fast like birds diving. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a bird diving or going up and then diving back into the dive and they speed up.
And the crazy thing when they were saying in the Book of Wars, like when it was doing the conquering, the 1,000-year battle, it's like it said when the night falls is when the armies marched according to when the sun was setting. I was like, damn. Can you imagine as the sun's setting, as it's getting dark, these niggas descending with the darkness?
Come on, man. Right, listen, not gliding down like parachute, because I was thinking hang glider, parachute. I was wrong. It's more like surfboard power glider, like that suit, but you're sitting on it. Think of it. This angelic technology, even for a simple thing, would be very sweet.
Facts.
So they're riding these things. They're driving them.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
This is why they're the most daring. Because they coming down on these one-winged ships.
That's like how niggas jumping out of motherfucking planes doing that parachute and shit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's some daring ass shit. You ain't gonna find me doing that shit. You know what I mean?
But imagine instead of the parachute coming down and holding you up, right?
You controlling.
Imagine the parachute comes down up under you, right? And you stand on it,
right,
and you ride it down.
Oh man, exactly. Facts.
So instead of it's over you, holding you, you're standing on it.
And keep in mind, all this shit is going on in the unseen realm.
Come on, man.
While your ass is sleeping, these niggas is in your room battling with your guardian angel over your soul.
Listen, the spirit revealed some shit to me some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It told me about the eagle hawk bone whistle, the gourd rattle, it is in the drum. You know, the indigenous Americans.
Right.
They beat the drum, blow the little eagle bone whistle,
right,
and they got the rattle,
right,
with the beads inside the gourd.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The spirit revealed to me that them is weapons. They not even music. They just used in the ritual now, but they was how an iron could stop a dinosaur. Remember, they had really small brains, right? And these dinosaurs would come and tear their shit up, these great megafauna. You dig what I'm talking about? Especially the serpents with small brains. These is for the serpents. They would beat the drums. Boom, 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 boom. The vibration would bring them in. Right? But because they got the little small pea brain, right? Once they get around the beat, they blow the whistle. And it rattles their ear drums and their little pea brains. Them little pea brains and them big old bodies, they didn't have brains as big as my thumb. And this big gigantic body. Right? So you blow the whistle at a certain frequency, it shakes the brain in the head casing. At a certain frequency, they head get the vibrating, so they stuck, right? And you take the gourd, the rattle, right? And you and the sound vibration snaps the brain back and forth till it breaks the cerebellum. Till it breaks the neck bone and snaps the brain, and you drop a thing without killing it. You protect yourself at this certain time without having to get gory. With sound.
Right. Sound, frequency, and vibration.
Sound. This is why they're always together. The drum, the whistle, and the gourd. The rattle, the bone whistle, and the drum. Always together. Because at one time, they were weapons of the iron. Even the iron went to war. What they gonna understand is that they got these old rocks from like Peru, and they're called Ica stones. I would ask anybody to go look that up. I think it's Ica stones, and they're from South America. They have pictures of giant men carved into the rock riding on dinosaurs. They say that these bones, these rocks, are upwards of 20 to 30,000 years old. What y'all gonna find out is that the Ahuan, the giant man of this world, Homo sapiens gigantes, harvested, and just like we keep rhinoceroses or chickens, they kept rhinoceroses. Just like we keep cows, they kept stegosaurs. Literally, the very first corrals were built by the giants to house and pen in giant serpents that they treated like chattel property, like cows and pigs and dogs, and they would breed them, and you know what I mean, come with a bigger, better version of a buffalo. You see what I'm saying?
Same
they
way
gonna
we
learn
breed dogs.
Same way. You ever seen the TV show The Flintstones?
Oh, of course.
Remember how they would use the animal? They like in the beginning they had
They use the animal like a technology.
Right, they used the animal like the technology. This is what, see, they always got this misconception that when you say ancient, it equates to dumb.
Niggas scratching their fucking heads and shit.
10,000 years ago, he was a dumbass. He was just,
niggas was living in caves, rubbing stick for stones and shit. Rubbing sticks to get fire.
All of y'all? Okay, but over here we got a building that's massive, the biggest thing in the fucking earth, and it's 20,000 years old.
Right.
Make it make sense. Maybe y'all was just in the cave.
Right, exactly.
Maybe y'all was just in the cave. And oops, when we find your oldest descendant bone ever, Cheddar Man, look Cheddar Man up. When you find the oldest descendant who is in them caves, oops, he a nigga too. He just got the good hair and the blue eyes.
Right, exactly.
Oops, hold on. His genetic descendants still exist today and are white. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
And this man existed from the time about 10,005 BC or the Younger Dryas, time of the Younger Dryas, or the last
12 to 15,000 years ago.
Yep, just about 12,000 years.
Yeah, about 12,000 years.
Younger
Dryas, right.
Yep.
That was during the time of
that was 12,000 years. Hold on. That was 12,000 years. We know what happened on the 24,000 years. 12,000 years before that, what happened, SELAH?
What's that you talking about? From where? From which point?
From the Younger Dryas.
Oh, the flood.
From the Younger Dryas. 12,000 years before.
And then not only that, the Younger Dryas, that coincided with the cycle of Thor when Jehovah brought Ajah and the sun and the moon was basically barely seen. The sun was like a red coal of fire, and they could barely see the stars and barely see the moon. That would create a decrease in temperature.
Hundreds of years.
Yeah, because it was 600 years at that time. Matter of fact, let me get it right quick. Let me read that verse real quick. That's in the book of Thor, at the ending of the cycle of Thor, which would be right around that time period. Not too far from it. Let me see if I can find that and read that verse, and you can elaborate on that. Yeah, that, because I was like, yo, because if any time a nigga dim of light is gonna drop the temperature, so that'll create an ice age depending on the level of light decreased, or depending on the density of Ajah.
But it would only create a mini ice age.
Exactly.
And how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? I'm not even looking at the charts right now.
You already know.
How
Go
much
ahead.
you want to bet? It's about 6,000 years after the flood. I was just put that out there. 6,000 years before the Younger Dryas. And 6,000 years after should be right around the end of the Ark of Thor.
All right, now see, you touched on it. I'm about to read the verse. I got it. And this is exactly what you said. This is the book of Thor. This is the ending of the cycle of Thor, right? So this is the book of Thor, son of Jehovah, chapter 6. And it says here, starting from verse 13. Thus went the earth into great darkness during the last 600 years of the cycle of Thor, and there was no harvest from her Etherian heavens. But spirits deserted atmosphere millions and millions and went down to the earth to dwell with mortals and to find places on the corporeal earth where to live. So it says that shit was in darkness for 600 years.
600 years.
So that means that would have created, like you say, that a decline in temperature, like you say, a mini ice age for 600 years. That could have been the Younger Dryas right there.
What I'm saying is, did this come about, let's just say, at the end of the 19th arc cycle? What arc cycle is the Ark of Thor?
Yeah, let me get the chart real quick.
Yeah. Because I'm willing to just about bet it's about 2 arc cycles after the time of Noah.
Because the arc cycle of Osiris, so the 22nd arc cycle was Zarathustra, the 21st arc cycle was Osiris. So the 20th arc, so the ending of the 20th arc cycle would have been the time of Thor.
The 20th arc cycle?
Yeah, you can say the 20th arc cycle was Thor.
Okay. So I know it go Apollo. Do it go Su Apollo? After so what is the 18th and 19th arc cycle?
The 18th arc cycle is Apollo. Yeah, you're right. That's Apollo. No. I'm sorry. The 19th arc cycle is Apollo, and the 18th arc cycle would be Su. Wait, not Su. Hold up. Let me get it right. Let me pull out the chart real quick, because I got the numbers on there, but I ain't got the names on this particular chart.
Right. I think I want to say it's Apollo and Su, or it's Su and Apollo.
Yeah, exactly. But I know it got to be Su first, because I know Apollo followed right after Thor.
Apollo is after Thor?
I mean before Thor. I'm sorry, before. So it's Apollo was so all right, let me see. So you got the 20th would be, hold up, the 20th.
What's the 18th?
Now the 18th, that'll be Su. And then Apollo would be the 19th. And then
the 20th
Thor would be the
what?
20th. Yeah, so it's Su, Apollo, Thor.
Okay. All right. So let's go from, let's just say they go from in roughly 3,000 to 6,000 year patterns, right? Let's just say on average, 6,000 years to the end of, from the end of the Ark of Noah, 6,000 years is into the time of Thor. It wouldn't be at the end of Thor, but it would be 6,000 years or so, because 12,000 years exactly, we had a Younger Dryas.
Right.
6,000 years after that, we had the bombardment and the turning of the Sahara Desert into a desert, 4,500 BC.
Well, actually, the Younger Dryas fit exactly to the time period of the of Thor.
Wait a minute, the Younger Dryas 10,005, around 10,500 BC.
Yeah, when I counted back from the 25th arc cycle to the 21st, that was 12,000 years. The exact time period of the Younger Dryas.
Damn, yeah, okay.
That's crazy. Right. That coincides exactly with the motherfucking what we just read in Thor.
A 600 year, and it was a short. It was the Younger Dryas was the shortest.
Yeah, like you said, that was a mini ice age.
Glacial max is a mini ice age. Mini. It only lasted about 500 years.
Yo, damn, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy. We're gonna have to do a whole study on that.
Wait a minute. In the 12,000 year span, it leads you right to the time of Thor.
It leads you to the exact time of the motherfucking time. And then not only does it lead you to the exact time, it leads you to because the Owaspy, it says the last 600,000. I mean, it says the last 600 years of the cycle of Thor, the Earth went in the Great Darkness. When I counted 12,000 years back, it landed exactly at the ending of the 20th arc cycle, coming into the 21st, like around there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's spooky right there, King.
or it's right on point where it's supposed to be.
Exactly. It ain't got to be exactly, but it's within the time frame. You know what I mean?
Cause let me go on to a shit capsule mode. Cause you come down 6,000 more years, right? 4,500 BC, you got the destruction of places like early Sumer, the Harappian dynasty, the people who become the Elamites, and you dig what I'm talking about. You got the leaving of Persia to the Persians and the Khmer people coming to settle Egypt and all this shit, right? You got all this going on, and then first you got to remember you had fall in a nebula, a great fall in the nebula at 4,500 BC, and then for 160 years, you had leading to the Arcaspita, you had fallen thick Aja, and for 60 straight years, you had nebula.
And keep in mind, in the Book of Divinity, it talks about how a meteorite was drawn in, and the earth was in darkness for 12 days, where a man couldn't see his hand standing right before his face.
And a many of that, and that happened in the Arkalu at the end of the Arkalu in the Book of God.
The book that's in the Book of Divinity.
The Book of Divinity. That's what it is. With where they set up and pre-plan Abrams, Pose.
Right,
Brahma,
exactly. That's that time period. Exactly. Exactly.
So for 80 years, for 160 years, there was Aja on Earth, leading up to 3953 in the Arcaspita, right? So all the way back to 4133 BC, Aja started hitting the planet. Now, nebula had been hitting the planet already in 4500 BC, which is exactly 6,000 years after the time of Thor and the Younger Dryas. Right on the nose, 6,000 years. Well, now this 400-year gap didn't make sense to me at first. Mm-hmm. It's like a 500-year gap from 4,500 to 3953, right? I didn't get that at first. But it makes sense when you understand that on average, an arc is 3,000. And if you add that 600 years to the Arcaspita, which is only 24, you got a 3,000 year on average arc.
Exactly.
See, because the Arkalu was 3,100 years long.
Right.
Boom. The next one that came after that is 2,400. It don't make it on a regular calendar. That's like that 6,000 is throwing me off, because every 6,000 years something destroyed, a great cataclysm happened. But okay.
Now, hold up. Let me interject real quick. Now, you said great cataclysm happened. Now, I found that verse in the Book of Divinity, which would be coinciding with the 21st arc cycle. No, I'm sorry, the 22nd. The 22nd. Because this will be the time.
Yeah.
But this will be between the 22nd and the 23rd arc cycle. So this event took place when this is just a verse, what I'm about to read. This is when Aja actually, this gives you a physical description, like a clear description of Ajah, where it states in the Book of Divinity, chapter 13, verse 16, where it states, and in 11 days thereafter, behold, Ajah began to fall on the earth and heaven. Hold on, let me read that from the top. And in 11 days thereafter, behold, Ajah began to fall on heaven and earth. The belt of meteorites gave up its stones, and showers of them rained down on the earth, and the sun became as a red ball of fire, remaining so for 166 days. 166 years. Coming back to what you were saying, that 160, but 166.
Yeah.
So it's basically saying the meteorites came down on the earth. Now, let me ask you this. You know, in Mexico, wherever that place is, they got that big ass meteorite that everybody go to like a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
Yo, that had to been goddamn some Ajah coming down on this motherfucker or something.
Think about this. But what nobody is thinking about is, think about it falling in sheet. This is the atmosphere. This is, first of all, this is rock. This is everything that makes up a planet. So it's water up there. It's the substance of gold up there.
Facts.
It's the substance of dirt. It's the substance of oil. It's the substance of every fucking thing.
Hey, niggas just dropped the whole lower heavenly region on the earth and shit.
Hold on, but y'all not ready. You're not ready for what's really going on.
Talk to me.
Because this is nebula. Listen, it's falling out of space, picking up kinetic energy and heat and motion. It's hot 2,000-3,000 times. It's 2-3 times the heat of lava.
Right.
This is 2-3 times the heat of a volcano. So if a volcano coming out at 2,000-3,000 degrees, we talking about 6, 7, 8, 9,000 degrees.
And then not only that, when they fall at those temperatures and they start to cool, those become what the lava is today. They just cooled down for the temperature for when they first arrived.
I'm telling you, it never cooled down. I'm saying it fell out the sky, hot, sulfuric sky atmosphere. They call it plasma.
Facts.
Literally, it's like imagine the whole troposphere just shaking
and just
solidifying and then falling. So how deep is the troposphere? So it had to be hundreds of feet in certain places.
Right.
Burning at 9,000 degrees of plasma material. This is how you make a desert. This is how you melt a mountain. This is how you make a fossil. Y'all niggas better wake the fuck up.
This how you make a goddamn Antarctica, goddammit.
This is how you make Antarctica.
Nigga dropped fucking Ajah and froze that bitch.
Cause when the meteoric material fall out of heaven above the colder regions, guess what? It's cold. Just like it'll heat up, it'll freeze. You feeling me?
Right.
In certain places, it felt colder. It still felt hot. It just by the time it got to towards the poles, it cooled down and fell as ice.
Right.
And many times it still felt hot and just cooled faster.
Exactly. It's like it's like confused, hot and cold fused and shit. You got fire and ice intermingled coming at this motherfucking shit.
With fire and ice and metal and dirt and rock.
Kind of like that shit you were describing when you had the astral projection, like them lion motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
It's all mixed in.
Exactly.
It's all mixed in. But imagine, in my mind, hot lava. Imagine the whole sky, as far as you can see, for 100 feet deep,
Mm-hmm.
for 100 feet deep, burning the whole sky. Listen, clouds down, but I'm telling you, this fell from a place called the meteor belt. So it fell from thousands of feet in the air.
Right.
It's been electrified,
right,
heated up on the way.
Exactly.
Turned molten and globified, and it is just falling at the ton in weight that it's at from those heights, gaining further heat and kinetic energy, and it hit the ground, and it's 100 feet deep, and it's burning at 9,000 degrees. Let's just say.
So that means that when the Earth, the solar system and the Earth is going through these 3,000-year periods, they're going through different densities, and the greater the density will crack those belts for these meteorites to even fall. So the Earth had to be going through a certain level of density for the meteorites, like you say, in the troposphere or even the stratosphere, to condense enough to where it's like, we can't sustain the belt. The belt has been broken, and these motherfucking rocks is coming down due to the density as molten lava. Like, in the Bible, they try to say, raining brimstone and fire, but they trying to use that as the false god, throwing it down. He throwing lightning bolts and brimstone and fire, but not knowing that's a cosmological event.
Correct. That happened right on the time, and if you knew how to tell time and use prophecy, which never fucking changes, so the same prophecy you change, it's the same prophecy the God using.
You see what I'm saying? They just altered the prophecy. They perverted the prophecy from the creator.
They knew some shit was about to happen at 12:05 p.m. at 4500 BC. They told these niggas, now if you don't listen to what we say at 12:06, you will have a great reckoning. You dig what I'm talking about? And at 12:06, some of them niggas like, man, fuck this, man. We ain't listen to the God. Niggas hoes. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
And then at 12:06, Escra came. Now they, okay, we'll listen. He was lying from the get-go.
Right.
He was twisted. But see, knowledge is power.
Exactly. And it can be exercised for good or evil. You can manipulate it depending on the individual, how he want to use the tool.
Gun don't kill nobody.
Exactly.
People kill people. Gun don't kill people. You dig what I'm talking about? The gun can save a person's life just as much as you can take one. So
that's interesting, though. That's you hit a key note, though, my nigga. Like, these niggas know the blueprint of the timetables of prophecy, so they could pervert and manipulate their mortal subjects and their angel subjects to say, yo, in 400 years, I'm going to rain down fire and brimstone on those who don't bow down and worship me. Y'all niggas got 400 years to get it right. By the time 400 years, if I don't have 6 million souls in my kingdom, I'm burning the rest of you niggas.
Right.
Great deception.
Now, and then, but they don't listen. They so slick with it. When you look at a Masonic picture, what do you see on the floor? The black and white checkerboards right next to the other. You know what those are? You know what they are.
What are they?
They are levels of light and dark. They are generations or times of light and dark. Prophecy is this: the ability to look backwards on what you actually know for a fact that happened at certain time, certain date, boo, 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 for a certain history back. Prophecy is the ability to check the light and dark areas of them times and then apply it forward. Cause see what the great prophet know, what he knows, SELAH, that every 33 years repeats itself.
That's right.
So as far as I can look back, black and white, is as far as I can look forward, black and white. That is called prophecy.
Yep.
It's a tool. It's a screwdriver. It's a plunger. It just depends. I could kill somebody with a plunger, but I could also unshitty up your toilet.
And I was just touching on that the last time we were all talking about facing evil on your own account. How you could use your kitchen knife as a goddamn weapon to destroy a motherfucker, or you could use that shit to cut some onions or some shit.
And well, then guess what that do, SELAH?
Mm-hmm.
That changes right and wrong. That makes instantly right there, and is provable, demonstrable evidence that right and wrong are perspectives.
Oh yes, most definitely, most definitely. Because if a god is telling niggas to go kill off infants because Amalek did some shit a couple years before, well, your god is mad petty. That's some petty shit. If he could create the sun, moon, and stars, why he just don't withdraw the souls out the Amalek and do, like you say, do the job himself instead of encouraging?
Why
niggas to do that shit in the first place? Go ahead.
Why you if you the creator? If you the creator of all omnipotent, all power, how Amalek whip your ass in the first place?
Exactly.
Why you couldn't get them people out the mountains with them iron chariots?
Right.
Why you needed a man to go kill them people? Why ain't you slay Amalek? Amalek was too powerful for you? Why you needed somebody to go kill Amalek? Huh? Why you was terrified of the sons of Anak for real? Because the sons of Anak had y'all believing they was God.
Exactly.
Anak being long neck. But what they don't know, let me tell you a great secret about the giant Anak. Anak was the scribe. Listen to me. Anak was the scribe of the great King Og. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Anak was a scribe. That's what he did. He and in his talent, wouldn't a long neck be profitable? If you were sitting at a desk, wouldn't you want a neck that could look all the way down onto the paper without weighing and bending your neck all the way down?
Right.
You would want a neck more like a giraffe. If all your body was up under you and you was looking at a desk, you would want your neck to be able to periscope in. Anak was the scribe of King Og, man. We got to get into the lost books of King Og. We got to get into the lost books of Lamech, of Enoch. And did y'all know it was also a Lamech of Cain?
Exactly.
Did y'all know it was Enoch? Did y'all know Enoch ain't a man? Enoch is 11 men, 11 seers that came over a 365 year span of time. They are called, their priestly order is called Melchizedek. So there were 11 Melchizedeks who came during the time of Enoch, who ended up giving you the stories about Enoch coming down, giving the stories to the giants, telling them that they was having dreams, and that the Babylonians and all them was telling, you know, about Maway and his brother and all them, and Gilgamesh and all these people. You dig what I'm saying? They was going to talk to Enoch, right? But did you know it was an Enoch that descended from Seth, and an Enoch, Enosh that descends from Cain?
Exactly. They damn near had the same goddamn names.
All of them.
Right.
Because it ain't a man. It's the nature of the man and the time. Huh? In that 969 year span of time, it also go to show during that time called Methuselah. You dig what I'm talking about? A long span of time between light cycles on a planet, 969 years. That's how long they say he lived, or time existed.
Right.
What if the line of Seth is represented as the cosmological sign, but the sign of the men of Cain, which is why the name is a little bit different and represents what was happening on earth to the people. Because they say from the story of Cain, this is where whiteness came from. There's a story written in the Bible. Did you know that the wife of Noah, right? Supposedly, they try to make him out a man. But did you know the wife of Noah, Nama, has 2 books? She has 2 written books that are in the original Bible.
See what I'm saying? These are shit the Council of Nicaea took out and left behind.
They must have had thousands and thousands of texts.
Yeah, man, they was playing with some shit back then, I could imagine. Before them Alexandria libraries was destroying the shit.
What? I can't even imagine what was in that thing.
That's why Gabriel had to destroy the motherfuckers, and even Luamung had to revert to destroying them to cover up the goddamn amalgamation where he got the stories from and the false Ais, you know what I mean? The whole Jesus shit.
Mm-hmm.
The Serapis and all that.
Gabriel was about to expose it.
Yeah.
Gabriel. Gabriel. Yeah. He was about to expose that boy. And it's just that Muhammad didn't make it in time. You did what I'm talking about.
Right.
He didn't make it in time. He didn't raise a seer high enough in enough time.
Cause see, he had damn near what? Cause he established Constantine. So Luamung established Constantine in the 3rd century AD, and then Gabriel established Muhammad in what? The 5th century or the 6th century AD, right?
Yep, 6th century AD, 623. He was in the.
So that's 300. So Luamung had a 300-year head start on Earth for Gabriel. That's why Gabriel had to go crazy on the murder hunt, because it's like, damn, this nigga got a 300-year head start on me. I got to get busy.
And he know it take roughly 400 years to create an IS.
Right.
But he didn't have 400.
Yeah, he didn't, and he didn't go about it the correct way. And only the true gods could go about it the correct way. These niggas is goddamn breaking the rules, just going to a motherfucker who just had, you know what I mean, an oracle or medium.
Lewis. Yeah, they got Lewis. You know what I mean? And they working them back black witches, and you know what I mean? That backwoods magic. Same thing being worked today. While they stealing children and doing blood rituals, and you dig what I'm talking about? It was always a God doing that. Christ did that too. Allah did that too. Cause see, they have angel Lewises too.
Exactly.
You got to understand.
Exactly.
Many of these false gods were true lords, so they would have had deep Lewis training. They would have already knew who to put who together.
Right.
And to keep that line going. You dig what I'm talking about? They would, just like breeding a dog. If you want to, you tighten that line up. You keep that line tight. Faith this. Even though they was trying to kill him, you dig what I'm talking about? They still had to. And this the crazy part. The beginning of the ISU line in the Muhammadan had to come from faith stock or iron stock. Just like any of the prophets came from Faithus and iron stock.
Facts.
So, hold on.
And in the genealogy of Abraham, the seed ran through women for a minute before it came back around.
At least 7 of them.
Right, exactly.
At least 7 of them. It was more than that. But 7 of them in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Facts.
Oh, watch me break down. What is it? 77 generations?
Yeah, sound like that. Like
231
generations, yeah.
That's like 200. That's 2,331 years.
Yeah, from the host of Shem.
Something like that.
Which was from the times of the flood. That's what it's saying, shit.
Yeah. 77 generations. That's 2,000 plus years. Being Israelites before there was an Abra.
Right, exactly.
Before there was an Abram,
These niggas was Oralites before Israelites. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. Wasn't nobody teaching these people how to live. You ain't need no damn book to tell you how to live.
Right.
That's why the book is called the book is called the Levitican Doctrine.
Right.
For a reason.
Right.
Because it was written for the Leviticans, the nigga that was trying to be you in the get-go.
Right. The hangers on.
The hangers on. This is what they this is what they not telling them. Nigga, you have been in slavery 200-300 years. Still doing the work of Jehovah, even in slavery. Even upon death if they caught you with worshiping the Creator. Y'all was worshiping him in secret. You see what I'm saying? Y'all have been doing that so good for so long, even through oppression, that your Creator took pity on you. He said, look, man, we got all these goddamn niggas over here in motherfucking Egypt getting they ass whooped. These my people, too. These the ones that take an ass whooping and die for me before they praise a God, a Lord, a Savior.
See, they don't know that Israel had two laws, yo. They had the written law, which was the Leviticus law, and then they had the oral law, which is the oralite. That's what encompasses the oralite. It's an oral, traditional, mouth to ear, really from angel to mortal.
Yeah, really. But you had never had a book. You didn't have no book in Egypt.
Exactly.
What I'm telling you is your law was told ear to mouth.
Exactly.
Mouth to ear.
And you have to remember that shit.
You had to remember it. And then once you learn the truth, it make you do a thing.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
It's like
so they was humble.
It's like reading your rap from the paper in comparison to reading your rap in memory. When you got that shit in memory, you can articulate it different. You can animate yourself. It becomes second nature. But when you read it from that paper, it's not authentic.
That's why they told them to know it. You know, this is why the Israelites was a special people. They did a special thing. It wasn't really about even a blood type. Hold on, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's a vibes, family.
Okay, hold on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. And you had been doing your thing so well that Creator took pity upon you and got you up out of Egypt. 3.7 million of y'all, when less than 5,000 of y'all walked in 2,400 years before.
Right.
To 3.7. So many of y'all got up out of there. Another 750,000 niggas who was enslaved with you left with you. They was like, fuck that. Them niggas out here, I'm gone too.
Because it was a mixed multitude that left.
I ain't about to be taking this ass whooping by myself. Them niggas. Moses? You wanted to send this to Abram? Me too, nigga. Fuck it. Well, I'm riding with you. Who we gonna be? We gonna be Ishmael kids then. Fuck it. You dig what I'm talking about? That we Ishmael kids, nigga. All right, well then, you know what I mean? Well, y'all got to listen, man. Y'all niggas rowdy. Y'all from Detroit. Y'all don't know how to act. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all need to take this shit over here and rock with this. Okay, Moses, we gonna rock with you, dog. You dig what I'm talking about? But you got to do this. But see, Moses knew y'all niggas couldn't get to the Creator. He knew you couldn't go to the inner sanctum, to the inner temple, and just shake off sin. So he had to. So hundreds of years before Abram was even born, Levi was born. And because of his body was messed up, and he couldn't go into the inner sanctum, the Creator made a priesthood out of his line. This is where Levi, the Levitican priesthood, comes from. It had been a priesthood because Even the Ayans, see, the Ayans was going out having babies with drugs, having babies with whoever, knowing good and goddamn well that them babies couldn't come back into the Ayan. They couldn't go where Zarathustra went because of half of their genetics. They knew that. I think that's explained in the Book of Divinity too. They got back with them knowing good and well they couldn't bring them children, raise them children up in these iron homes.
Right.
Even though you have iron.
Niggas made a nation.
You bigger than them.
It was made set apart.
Yeah. You iron, but you can't necessarily benefit from being able to grow up and use the iron mind state. That's at the Book of Divinity. During that 166, right there, in them next couple paragraphs, it say that during this time, that first of all, Creator during these times of Aja and Nebula, he make the people big. Because, see, this is a time, everybody got to understand that there are basically two times to the earth, where a time where it's giving off and a time where it's receiving. We see it every day. In the morning, it's called daylight. At night, when the sun go down, it's called night. Our planet is receiving at night, and in the daytime, it's giving off.
That's right.
But there are whole seasons and times where this happens. A constant giving to the planet, Aja, Jaya, Nebula, giving something to the planet, or a time where things are taken from the planet, like droughts and great storms and cataclysms and disease, to where things are eradicated from the planet. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
And during those times, the people get bigger and smaller. So on the dark times, heavy times, war times, people get bigger. In the peace times, good times, all that shit, the people are smaller. Or in the times where it's given, the planet is taken away.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It shows that in the synopsis of 16 cycles right there too. What you touching on?
Yeah. and but you know what I mean? It's this whole idea that the Irons was even white like that. That I hope somebody really bring that up. You dig what I'm talking about, so I can hear them out. But in the meantime, in between time, they got to understand what bioluminescence is.
And then not only that, you see remnants of the white and blonde hair in the East Island Pacifica.
Yeah, but you see it in the Negro. You see it in the ancient, and you see it in the ancient Negro of the stock. Like when you go back, this is one thing I would have to ask Susan B. Martinez herself, because as a faithist, I would give her the benefit of the doubt. But she says, when you in her book about the little people, I got it back here too. I just can't remember what it's called right now. Anyway, she would describe these people who are called white and yellow, for real. You dig what I'm talking about? And the people, the elderly people, had white and blonde hair, but white, like silver, like white, gray, white. But these are clearly black people. But she paints it as in white and yellow, like we talking about skin color, but I don't think she can't be talking about skin color. She know better. She know better than that. That's why I would give her the benefit of the doubt.
But that's that part, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers, not saying her, but you know how people try to throw their edge on shit, like You know, if we say this to white, that they white and yellow, that means that the blacks come from us. We get the edge. Like, you know what I mean? Niggas try to play them games and shit.
I would tell motherfuckers this. This is what I would tell them. Get you a bag. Get a white light, right? Get you a lamp. Get you a white light, right? Take the light covering off the lamp. Get a white bag, right? Or get you a white bag and put it over top the light and tell me what color the light is. But then I want to get you a brown bag. And I want you to put that brown bag over top that white bulb and you tell me what that light is. And I bet you the colors are white and yellow. We talking about a bioluminescence, a luciferase. That's what bioluminescence in animals is called, luciferase.
Mm-hmm.
Look this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
They talking about a moon glow, like an aura.
Right.
The ions were in the same majority or the same color, focus, and basis as we are today. Roughly 80% of the world is melanated. Only 20%
you gotta have carbon
to
even exist. Your skin is carbon based, so it's like the reason the Caucasians is Caucasian is because they have a low concentration of carbon in the skin. We have a great concentration of carbon in the skin, while niggas' skin is dark and brown and shit.
And I'm gonna just break it down even simpler. You white because your iron ancestors was white.
But see the thing hold up. The thing with that is, but see, wait, you gotta wait because see, the European.
I'm okay with it.
But whites.
I'm okay. Listen, hold on before you go, because I know where you about to go with this. But let me get this out.
No, speak your piece, King.
Of course, the original aboriginal thing of this planet and man is melanated. He has to be. But what I'm saying is, through breeding, everywhere man came up, you only have different skin colors because of admixture. We understand they came later, but right. Unlike everybody else, I give them more than that 6,000 years. I say within the first 3,000 years of iron existence, there was white folks on this planet. So I'm talking 75,000 BC.
And 3,000 years is a long fucking time. You know what I mean? So that first arc cycle was a long ass time. It ain't no like, you know what I mean, some skipping the part type shit.
Somewhere for 30 minutes? You ever just sat in the same place for 30 straight minutes? Imagine 3,000 years. 30 minutes is a long time. Imagine 3,000 years ago, what was happening on Eskra? This bitch was being blown up. They was making the Middle East. Y'all wait till y'all find out that the mountains was building, and they literally got melted.
And then we got to talk about how fire was raining on Sodom and Gomorrah, and they got some archaeologists that say that they found Sodom and Gomorrah over there in the Jordan somewhere.
But hold on, Owaspie say all the cities where the Ahuans and all them and everybody who was doing the fuck shit with all the fuckery got bombed.
Right.
Specifically.
Right.
Specifically. And theirs went east to west. That bitch started in Europe and Western Africa, came back all the way to India. That's why that big swath all through the Middle East and Africa is there. But you find the same destruction all the way up in Ireland. That whole coast has been battered. It got turned into chalk. If you ever go to, or you ain't even gotta go, you can get on your Google map. Go look at the white cliffs, the white chalk cliffs along every coast of the Mediterranean and on the outside western coast of Europe. All that igneous rock got turned into chalk by heat. Y'all not understanding. I'm talking about a mile worth of plasma on fire lava on your ass.
It's like that motherfucking Georgia. It's like that meteorite.
Taller than a skyscraper.
It's like
tall
that.
as a skyscraper.
It's like that goddamn meteorite fell out the sky and started rolling like a goddamn tennis ball across the motherfucking shit.
And then, you know, a bunch of them broke up, little shit.
Exactly.
So they just tow shit up. And then this, what they not understanding, SELAH, is this happened over a whole 100-year span. This wasn't no, okay, I tore them up in 2022. You know what I mean? I'm talking about 2022, 23, 24, 25, all the way to 122.
Right.
You tore that motherfucker up everywhere. So big stuff was falling. Little stuff was falling. Everything was falling because it drawed in the end of a whole comet.
That's what we're gonna have to touch on. That's what we're gonna have to touch on next time. The cosmological, the cosmological storms that affects these motherfucking planets, man. And the time periods, like how we was touching on earlier, just get like these events, like you just pulled out those events, certain events that took place and correlated with the time periods and
right in the sky. Right in the sky. Wait till they find out this is their serpent.
Right.
This is your Khan. This is your Ankh. Huh? This was brought to y'all by the true Osir. Not that false fake nigga who brought that shit in Egypt.
Right.
Not that nigga. Not him. Y'all done mixed him up with Tahuti.
Right.
Y'all done mixed him up with Thoth. Y'all don't even know who taught Thoth. Y'all don't know where Tahuti come from.
That's a whole nother
He
one
wasn't no
right
God. He wasn't no God. He was a man. But I guess he could be because every God is a man.
You see what I'm saying? It's levels to this shit, son.
And this is what they got twisted up because this is why, because Hermes was the teacher. First of all, Tahuti Thoth is the first prophet of Osiris.
That's right.
This is why he was deified and became Tahuti. This is Thoth.
Right.
The very first Thoth, but his teacher is Hermes. This is why Thoth is always connected to Hermes. This is why he was great the first time as Thoth Tahuti. He was great the second time during the Greek time with Asclepius and so-called Hermes again. You dig what I'm talking about? And he was great again with the Romans as Trismegistus. This is the same false God teaching the same teaching of this resurrection shit over with, and you find it in go from Egypt to Greece to Rome. And then the Romans came back to Egypt.
That's right.
Okay. So this is why y'all got it twisted. Hermes was the teacher of Thoth. This is why Hermes is Trismegistus, or 3 times great. He taught this lie 3 times, all during the time of Baal. He taught it first under Osiris.
Right.
Remember him and Egup, and Baal and Astral all worked for Osiris.
You see what I'm saying? That nigga had a whole backing behind, a whole army behind him.
And he also had another nigga named Yoruba.
Huh? And you know what? Technically, Isis or Aset is Ashtar.
Listen, this is why I'm coming out with my false gods book. It's taking time because you have to name the god through the time.
Right.
She is Isis. During the time, she is Isis. She is Hathor. Before that, she is Inanna.
Right.
She is also Molech. She is also Asherah. She is also Yahweh. Astaroth is Yahweh. Who sent y'all niggas to the fourth corner of the earth? It was Yahweh. What Astral say? What Astral say? I'm gonna get one up on ball. You think he's slick trying to get these Israelite niggas on this team? I'm gonna scatter these niggas to the four winds of the earth.
Exactly.
Yahweh did it. She is Yahweh. That's why they call her the Queen of Heaven.
Right.
That's why they always call Yahweh, conflate Yahweh as a female, as the Queen of Heaven, because right next to Baal in the high place of the Israelites was what? The Asherah. Y'all got to remember, at these times, Baal and Astaroth was thick as thieves.
Yeah.
You know they was doing it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, you know, that's why I say Ashtaray. I mean, Isis had to be Ashtaray because in the Oasis, but that's the only female deity that's prominent with a name out there.
She is also Istarte.
Right, exactly.
She is also Inanna.
Right.
She is also Anti. She is Hathor. She is Hera and what's Apollo's sister name? Athena. She is at different times and later on in time she took both names, Hera and Athena. She is also Freya of Odin. Odin has only been two people. Odin has been Osiris. After Osiris fell, Baal took that name. And most of what we know about the story of Odin comes from Baal. Baal's consort is Freya. Odin's consort is Freya. Baal's consort is Astral. Put it together.
Yeah, them niggas did damage.
He is also Cernunnos. Baal is also Cernunnos. She is also Ninlil. She's also Ninlil,
in the Sumer text,
the wife of Enlil. She is also the wife of Enlil. At different times, she is also the wife of Dumuzi. Remember, Dumuzi died, and she had to go down into heaven. Into the hells and grab his body parts and all that shit.
I just like the story of Osiris.
Come on, man.
They motherfuckers, see, that's what I'm saying. They laid the foundation, and then that shit modified throughout the motherfucking cycle and shit.
Now, I'm not only saying that, I'm saying the story of Osiris and the story of Dumuzi and I can't remember old girl name. It's from the same time. Right. It was just the same story. One told in Egypt, one told over in Sumer.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because when Anu Hassaj told him to go down to the earth, he said, "Yo, go down to your respective quarters and give it to them according to the languages of the people."
And not only that, I'm gonna give you free sway to tell it how you want to tell it.
Exactly.
And it's so funny that he controlled Ham. I'm talking about the false Osiris. He controlled Persia, Ham, and Hellas. So
somebody
what
asked
we
the
would
question,
call
is she the
Turkey,
Queen of Sheba? No.
Huh?
No. I was just responding to a question. But go ahead now. Go ahead. What you were saying?
Yeah, you got to remember, Osiris dominated Europe, the Middle East, Persia, and all Africa. Because he had Baal in Hellas, and he had Astaroth in Persia.
Right.
He ran the middle, but he ran all three.
Exactly.
So you have the exact same stories
in all three facts.
So first you got let's go with your boy Zeus, right? Zeus of the Romans. First you have Anu as Zeus, right? After roughly 2700 BC and whatchamacallit and them break away from Anu Hassad and start doing their own thing. You dig what I'm talking about? The false Osiris becomes the second Zeus. Remember he told you, I don't care if you call Zeus, I don't care if you call Jehovah. It don't matter what they say, because in this country, they only praying to one angel, me.
Exactly.
It don't matter. I'm not about to take these niggas to war like my homeboy, the other triad, the other TN and Sugga is doing. Exactly. They killing them. Put their name in effect. I'm going to trick these dumbass niggas.
See what I'm saying?
This was the greatness of Osiris.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? This is why everywhere else is crumbling, but Egypt is dominating the world. Yeah, it's flourishing. The highest.
That's why. See, that's another thing. That's why the migrations was coming into Egypt, because of the wars that was going on in the Far East.
Right. What you think Abram and them was running from? them niggas was trying to get away from famine and woe and everything, disease. Them niggas was dipping, and then shit. Them niggas just came out of Nebula.
Right.
They just came. You know what I mean? They was alive to see this shit falling on the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Them niggas like, man, let's get the fuck out of here. We got this. Hey, where you going, Abram? Nigga, I'm with you. You dig what I'm talking about?
The same way how the Ukraine and the Russia shit going on, and all the people migrating, leaving the country, going to the crossing over. That's like the migration of motherfuckers going into Egypt and going into Canaan, going into the land because of these wars in the Far East.
Yeah. Millions of people.
Exactly.
And now these Ukrainians are Poland. Now these Ukrainians are Germans. Now they Americans. Not because they didn't gave these niggas 40 billion. 40 billion to go to war, bro. This is for Ukraine. What about the niggas in America with the debt that you owe?
Right. Y'all niggas coughed up 40 billion to go to war, but can't cough up 40 billion goddamn put on a nigga.
Right. You did what I'm talking about to get my credit score together. You did what I'm talking about.
Credit score of 40 bills.
They give Africa, man, they give everybody civil rights except the nigga here. Other people come from other countries and shit. They give them $30,000 home loans, different tax brackets on business loans, free schooling, free health, free welfare. You dig what I'm talking about? They go to free school. They come over here, they fleeing from their other countries, ripping and running, and it's only because of the sweat and these ass whoopings we done took over here that y'all niggas can get here to come to find out that y'all don't fuck with us. Man, give me my shit. And this is what it's coming to in America right now.
Facts.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the end of the day, it's gonna be spirituality over nationality. We understand that.
But it's gonna be it's gonna be a race war in the carnal flesh, tribal rise against tribe and all that shit. That shit going down. Nation rise against nation. That's what that's like the last straw of the false gods before they motherfucking get toppled all the way over and shit. They got to go to that complete level of chaos and turmoil where everybody in their heavenly kingdom is at war, left and right. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but before that happened, we just trying to get our shit. I just want our check. You did what I'm talking about.
That's what I said. We're gonna be the fuck up out up in the patches in the mountaintop somewhere while this shit going on in the cities.
What, bro? I'm gonna dig me a bunker. You get what I'm talking about? I'm gonna have me a bunker.
Bro, can you imagine all hell break loose on this motherfucker in a straight war, like no rules, just niggas just dropping missiles, just going off all over the planet? Because everybody got a military on this motherfucker from all the 7 continents. Everybody got a military. Damn near 75% of these niggas got nuclear warfare. Nuclear missiles and shit.
Yeah.
If one motherfucker decided this, man, they start letting the shit go. But the beauty about where we at though, dealing with warfare, right? Being that if you look at North and South America, as a military strategy or stratagem, we're covered by 2 oceans. So militarily, we got the best fortress because we can intercept anything coming over from both sides. But when you look at the whole East and West on that side from Africa to Asia, them niggas is fucked. Because all the landmass is connected. So them niggas can either walk over there, drop a nuke over there, and they can't intercept it in time because the time frame ain't pursued. You know, it ain't right there. But unless it's coming from like China, to Africa, they probably. But still, it's still a small time frame to respond to it in comparison to if China decided to throw something, nigga, we got the whole Pacific to catch that bitch. Or if Africa decided to throw something, or Europe, we got the whole Atlantic to catch that bitch and intercept. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And we gonna catch it.
Oh, you best to believe it.
Back.
You best to believe it.
Gonna shoot something back. You dig what I'm talking about? If you don't believe them boys got some shit for your listen.
You goddamn right.
Listen, this remind me of something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, you know what I mean? I was young and dumb, man, and I had a older brother named Dyson X who was in the nation, right? And this brother had life. You dig what I'm talking about? And he was breathing on me, and he was telling me these stories about the mothership, and that there's gonna be 300-foot walls of fire falling down on the cities and all this stuff. And I giggled, boy, I laughed. This nigga, hey, SELAH, bro. I laughed on him so hard, he got mad. If he wasn't a good nation, brother, he'd have tried to fight me. I giggled on that nigga so hard. He got to talk about black people with spaceships and oh shit. Listen, bro, they was right.
All along.
He was right. And I was young and I was dumb and I didn't understand what he was talking about. And he was talking about the sheets of fire falling out the sky. But what I had to understand, or what I always understood, was this fire is falling purposely. It's only in certain places. And there are going to be places where it don't destroy stuff.
Right.
And that's where the faith is. And that's everywhere.
Right.
The faith is on.
Right. It's
so
like
some of us still gonna be in them cities.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be like a situation of Sodom and Gomorrah, where Lot is in the cave or in the pasture, is in the countryside, looking towards the city, looking at it smoke away. And that's how every faith that's in the world is gonna be looking at the destruction of Uz from the countryside, looking out like, damn, boy, good thing we got the fuck up out of there.
Yeah. 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 Hey, dig this, right? I'm reading the Apocalypse of Adam, right? Do you know where they say in the original book, right, in the Bible, it say Cain went into the land of Nod and found a wife, right? Do you know in it's the Apocalypse of Adam, if I'm not mistaken, the original word used is Cain went into Uz and found a wife.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Man, twisted. I said, oh.
That shit deep, yo. You know what else is deep too? The Forgotten Books of Eden, yo, with the extended version of the Adam and Eve story and the serpent. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, did you read The Law of One?
Yeah, did you see the part when they talked about the Yawaspi and they talked about the Urantia? The Urantia some bullshit, and the Yawaspi came from the Divine Council and shit.
Yeah. Yo, and listen, it's dropping the real on the pyramid.
Yeah, I gotta go back and listen to that shit. I ain't heard that shit in a minute.
But it also say some shit. I just can't. I mean, it had to come from somewhere, but also it talk about Atlantis. It talk about Lemuria. You dig what I'm talking about? And I just
you know what I found crazy, bro? Like, you know, they talk about Atlantis, but then you got Atlanta. I'm like, that's a crazy ass motherfucking connection, my nigga.
Well, let me tell you this. This is what I found out. I believe, and I'm gonna go on to try to show my theory because I'm not absolutely sure.
Right?
But
yeah, we can brainstorm and freestyling.
Right. I believe that the ancient city of Atlantis is Mexico City. First of all, you got to remember Atlantis was built on land with a man-made sea that ran into it. It didn't make no sense that Mexico City is in the middle of it, and it had a mountain range to the north of it that set in is a high point and then 3 centrifugal rings. Now, when you go to Mexico City and you go to the Norte Mountains and you look over the city, you can see the centrifugal rings. But then once you find out that even at the time of what's the motherfucker that came here after Cortez? During the time of Cortez, it had a man-made sea that the Caribbean flowed right into Mexico City. And it would have had, if it didn't have the things, there would be 3 centrifugal rings sitting around it. Now, another great key is what's your boy that wrote about it? Not Plato. Or was it Socrates?
Okay.
Was Plato? It's Plato wrote about it. He wrote about Atlantis. But on the cover of his book, right? When you're trying to find Atlantis, his compass is upside down. So north is south, south is north, but also east is west, west is east. So if you turn the map upside down, it puts you right in the same, it puts you right where you say it is, or west of where he would be. You see what I'm saying? If the thing is already upside down, which means to read it correctly, my map must be upside down.
Right.
Boom. That put Mexico to the left, upside down. North America really would be it's our top of our planet, but how they wrote it, we would be closer to the south. This is why even the goddamn Mississippi doesn't flow up from Michigan down into the Delta. It flows from the Delta up to Lake Michigan. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's just bugged out. While the Nile flow the opposite. Oh no,
Bullshit.
it's the same way. No, it's the same way on the Nile.
Yeah, it flow the same way. It's just below the equator. The Amazon goes from
the
north
opposite
to south, the opposite. But it shouldn't. And it wouldn't if it was upside down. It would flow right how it should be, south to north.
Facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? Or what would really be north to south. You see what I'm saying? Mercator's map made European whiteness big and great, and that's why everything above the equator is so big. They got a place like Greenland, which is about the size of Rhode Island, as big as the whole South America. When it wouldn't even, you could fit its whole thing in the delta of goddamn the Amazon. All of it. Africa is massive. They got it looking all small next up to Europe.
They got damn near America matching up with Africa and shit.
This is why they call Southern Egypt Upper and Lower Egypt or Northern Egypt Lower, because they know they was coming up the Twa or the Nile.
Right.
They always knew, but this is the key to it. That's the key in Egypt. They twisted the lie from there. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why they call up, lower, and the southern upper. because they know that's really the upper. And for anybody who would look at that with any common sense would say, why would you call the South up and the North down?
Right.
Well, that don't make sense until you turn the map upside down.
Right. The whole
And then think about it. And then think about it. In space, ain't no up, no down. North is just north. South is just south. But as you go away from the planet, you reorientate yourself.
Right.
And it's just out. It's just out. Ain't no up and no down till you coming towards a planet.
That's the crazy shit, yo. That's crazy. Because when you
what they
leave a
don't
planet,
get.
you're going up. But if you come into a planet, you'll be coming down.
Right? You're not going to a planet head down. You're going to a planet feet down.
Yo, that shit is crazy, yo. That shit deep as a motherfucker.
Yeah. You reorientate yourself. You dig what I'm talking about? To the physicality, to the corporality. But in space, ain't no up, no down.
Exactly.
This is why I don't get why they don't see why this bitch is spinning.
Right.
These people really think it's flat and it's laying there like a dinner table.
In the middle of space.
By what? You dig what I'm talking about? What's holding it there? Okay, how do you flip the table over to get light on the other side?
Yeah, they whole premise is off, yo.
If this bitch don't move, if this bitch don't move, how do you get continental drift?
Yo, they got a thing called the Atlantic Arctic Race, where these niggas race around the Antarctic, and they've been doing this shit for years. They've been documented. They show boats, niggas on the Antarctic floating around this bitch. And they show you like, nigga, if that's the case, if the Earth was flat and the Atlantic is the Arctic is surrounding the whole planet, that fucking race could never exist. But these niggas do this shit every year.
Why ain't nobody driven off the edge?
Right.
What happened to the water at the edge? Y'all always say water don't bend and it don't. Well, if water don't bend, drop a penny into a glass of water and watch the top of the water bend.
Not only that, water in a zero atmosphere, a zero gravity forms a ball.
It makes a globular form. It makes a
so
ball.
They go there bending of water right there, in that aspect right there alone.
Listen, man, these people are retarded. I say, if water don't bend, how can I take it from a square cup to a round cup if water don't bend?
Oh man! Not only that, because we show the example of water suspended in air, and what they would consider zero gravity, floating as a globular, a globe.
And then guess what? All by itself, without nobody having to do nothing to it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I said, yo, show me an experiment of a flat disc of water floating in space like that as a scientific experiment. Y'all talk about scientific method. Show a scientific method. We showed our scientific method with a ball of water floating in air by itself in a damn globular form, in which I would consider no gravity.
And not only that, when it turns a globular form, once it takes form, all by itself, without having to do nothing or nobody do nothing to it, it's going to start rotating.
And then they got an example of a ball of water rotating like that, and they put like dust on it, and it looked at like little continents, little crust on it spinning. I said, look at that. If that shit ain't flying off, dissipating, that shit is maintained by the motherfucking vortex or the center of gravity, of no gravity.
Come on, man.
That shit is
crazy.
crazy.
What I'm talking about. So if you talking about a planet, 70-80% water, and you ain't first talking about the vortex, you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Exactly.
You don't know what the hell you talking
That's
about.
why the moon is circular and globular. That's why the sun is circular and globular, because of the vortex. It's that universal, that absolute rule of prophecy. And you know what I mean? That absolute rule, the first law of creation, the vortex, and what it do, it creates Globe is a fire.
Listen, if they can show me a flat anything else in the sky, show me anything else flat, I believe. Until
I'll give you that.
Until then, shut that shit up because y'all niggas is dumb. And then what they won't ever do is show a scientific model that fits all air currents and water currents and lunar and solar eclipses. They can't do it. They can't give you a scientific model and then apply for latitude.
And not only that, they got to erase atmosphere. They got to take off sphere because sphere is a circle, a globe.
Right.
They got to put atmos flat. Atmos. They got to put atmos flat, my nigga. They got to create some new etymology, yo.
Yo, the atmos flat. Hey man, listen, man. That shit. I've had to stop even talking to people about flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, I had to cut them niggas off, man. That shit wasn't making no sense, yo.
Yo, it's a waste of time.
Big waste of time, yo.
It's really it's like low hanging fruit. You dig what I'm talking about? Because whether it's flat or whether it's round, how is that gonna make you a better person?
No, that shit is a fucking prison. Them niggas is flat on a flat Earth with a dome, with a glass dome over these niggas where they can't escape. That's on some false God shit.
And then these niggas will say, well, God said it was 4 corners of the earth, but they don't know that God killed every goddamn scientist that ever tried to come into the world to tell y'all that this motherfucker was round. So he could keep y'all niggas stupid and dumb. And then this is the modern theory. This modern theory, y'all don't believe in nothing else, but y'all want to believe in these stupid modern theories that people who don't have no background in this shit. Crazy. So y'all don't think this is the false gods too?
Exactly. I'm like, y'all niggas talk about the Bible say the earth flat. Nigga, the Bible is fucking a false god. That's not even the creator's word.
Right.
Y'all niggas want to flat this inside of a bowl that you can't escape from. Where's the Etherian realms? Where the Etherian heavens or the kingdoms fit in that shit?
Who made the bowl? Who made the bowl?
And if there's a bowl around this motherfucker, yeah, the earth circumference has been laid out. 25,000, whatever, miles. They got a circumference for this motherfucker. What's the circumference of this goddamn bowl?
How do you get a circumference on something that ain't round?
You see what I'm saying?
I
And then you ain't been high enough in the goddamn sky to chart out the motherfucking circumference if it was a circle.
You haven't
or the diameter.
Okay, let's just say we've been to the moon, right? Let's just say we've been to the moon. You still ain't out the Earth atmosphere.
Right.
You still subject to it. I bet you if you turn your engines off, you'll fall back to the planet.
Right. And you'll be whirling in this motherfucker like a tornado, a fucking whirlwind, whirling your ass in a big ass circle, coming down.
All the way down. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, man. This is not what they want with OIs.
They don't, bro.
They don't want this.
Pain, my nigga.
Man, you know I've set on theories of just destroying people but see, I had to think, I had to get it in my mind. First of all, why I care so much. I think I care so much because I know so many people duped.
Right.
And then if I don't at least say something, y'all gonna listen to the duped motherfucker. And y'all gonna be duped just like him.
Exactly.
So in the end of the day, if nothing else, you won't be able to say, well, I ain't know.
Yeah, because we going hard. There ain't no excuses like you don't know what the fuck going on. So y'all niggas get cast in the hell and then you get delivered. We just gonna be standing at you, looking at y'all motherfuckers shaking their head like, nigga, I tried to tell your ass.
I tried to tell your dumb ass. You dig what I'm talking about? And the crazy part is, just like Moses had to come back to save New Gun,
imagine that, bro. That shit was some cold-blooded motherfucking story right there, bro.
Yo, listen, man. I couldn't have. Listen, man. If
if Pharaoh can get redeemed, bro.
Yeah, that's cold blooded. That's like Hitler goddamn being redeemed and shit, and then raising up the Messiah.
Listen, you heard what the Law One said about Hitler, right?
Now I gotta go back and listen because there was a lot of information on that shit.
Yeah, listen, man. First of all, it's called Ra. You dig what I'm talking about? And then it tells you why it call itself Ra and at what time and blah blah blah. This shit it's hitting with Owaspi perfectly.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, because when I was listening to it, it was. And then it said it's not the Ra of Egypt. It say that.
Yeah, we was before them, but they came down at that time and actually start working, you know what I mean, with the builders, because they said, just like our ancestors always said, everything is alive. Everything has a spirit. And this is how you tell a mountain to get out your way, and it'll get up and move. If you can tap into the frequency or to the alchemical basis of anything, you can change it.
That's that alchemy right there.
That's alchemy.
You take mercury and sulfur, nigga, you create gold.
Come on. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is, I can make a mountain literally get up and tiptoe out my goddamn way. We've always heard that story.
What's that?
You dig what I'm talking about?
Have faith of a mustard seed to move a mountain type shit.
Come on, man.
You dig what I'm talking about? But what I'm saying is, those people had a technology, a knowledge, an understanding. You dig what I'm talking about? They tapped into that shit. They said they didn't build the pyramid, they dropped it into existence.
Because Osiris said to Thutmose, he said, I'm gonna show you how to build this shit measure for measure.
Yep. But where the idea come from?
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then we talking about Thutmose years and years later.
Exactly.
So what was they building? What did Ra build? Did Ra build the Sphinx? Because it didn't say what it just said what the chamber did. Because it's older buildings than the pyramid.
Right. Because you remember the first 200 years in the 23rd arc cycle from 3900 BC basically to 37. They was under the inspiration of Jehovah for the first 200 years. Prior to Anu-Hassaj. After that, that's when Anu-Hassaj started playing his trickery in heaven.
Yeah, that's they said the world was like heaven on earth.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So I'm thinking that probably would have been the time that the Sphinx was designed.
I believe it's old. I believe it's old. You gotta think about it. Nobody's seen the Sphinx during the building of the pyramid.
So that would fit more of the 200-year period because the times of the pyramid is the 2600 BC period, and we're talking about 39. We're talking about almost close to 1,000 years before that.
Shit, more than that. You dig what I'm talking about? More than that, because what if it was buried during the 4,500 year, or during that last 166 years before then? You see what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. It wasn't found again till Ramesses III, circa 12-ish.
Yeah, Ramesses is 12th century BC.
You see what I'm saying? It wasn't till Ramesses found it again, buried, that it even pops up on the history blip.
Right. That shit was buried in the sand.
No, Thothma didn't talk about it. No pharaoh before him talked about it because it was already buried then.
Right.
He found it in a dream. You dig what I'm talking about? He said the Sphinx talked to him and told him to dig him up, and he put the stela in front of it. That's Ramses III. That's the we talking about before old Egypt. We talking 1,300 years or at least 1,000 years before Narmer solidified northern South Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me get
But
let me get 25 on pump 5 too.
Yo, let's go ahead and close it out, boy. We've been on here for like 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yo.
Man, we've been chopping it up.
This shit been going good. This gonna be a good review and look back when we goddamn analyze this shit. We're gonna do more of this shit. You feel me?
Yeah, man. We need to touch him more often, man. I mean, bro, who else I'm gonna bounce this shit off of?
That's what I'm saying. Same here, bro. And that's why we on this motherfucker for so long. Who else can we converse like this with? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you who's sharp though. Angelic.
Oh, big facts. Big facts.
Yeah.
Big facts.
I'm gonna get. We need to get. We need to get Taz on here. We need
I'm
to
gonna
get
everybody on this motherfucker eventually that tap in with the Owaspi. Once I'm about to switch over to StreamYard. I already got to set up the account so we can start coming on visually. You know what I mean?
Yep, we can bring them all in. Angelic need to come on in. The sister Deborah Emoja, she need to come on in. Daryl Kosmon need to come on in. Kosmon Art need to come on in. I got a homeboy up here, Kevin Sears. You dig what I'm talking about? He need to, you know, he new faces, but he need to come on in.
Yeah, man, we can touch on these topics and everybody just share their thoughts and opinions. You know what I mean?
Cause that's how you really get a broader understanding of stuff. I'm not gonna see it how you see it.
Exactly. That's the whole idea. We bounce off each other's mind and we just sharpen swords.
Yeah, we know, and you gonna see it one way. I'm gonna see it another way. He gonna see it another way.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm talking about?
We come to a head. You know what I mean? And then we be like, all right, we just sharpen each other's swords because we covering all angles. So if a motherfucker comes trying to challenge a motherfucker, we don't cover so much. Like, all right, he trying to go there with it. All right, let's go there with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'm you know what I mean?
So
if anybody y'all brothers listening, man, y'all think y'all got a fella who want to do it. It's you know what I mean? It's an open challenge up to the chakra doctor too. You dig what I'm talking about? You know, really you a charlatan, homie, but I ain't even gonna badmouth you because you a brother. You dig what I'm talking about? But
so basically, what Kosmon Cal, his name is, he go by the name of Kosmon Cal. For those who don't know, you know what I mean. For those who follow us on Facebook, Owaspi group, you know what I mean. We know him in there. So this is my man Kosmon Cal. He's looking for a debate, an open challenge to anyone. Bible against the Owaspi chapter and verse. You know what I mean. So Kosmon Cal, sign out. We're gonna get up out of here. And Time Friday, we'll chop it up on a debate. You can add some more Q&As in the debate because it'll be a Q&A session, you know what I mean? So you can tap in, call in, and we're going to get this thing popping, King.
Yeah, for sure, my baby, man. Much love, man. One love to the faiths, one love to the tribes, man. Jehovah up.
Jehovah up, Kosmon out, right? Peace.
I'm out.
Peace to the God.
Out, man.
We out of here. It's a vibes, you dig? It's the vibes. It's a vibes. Charming Friday. You know what we got going on Friday? It's debate. The great debate. We got the great debate. It's a vibes.